que yo te he visto. Sí, sí. Pero te digo una cosa muy importante. És la primera del guió. Vale, el guió. A veure, no és fantàstica, diguem, però soc molt habitant, tia. Sí, molt bé. Sí, molt bé. El mundo és pequeño. Ah, sí. I Catalunya més. Ah, exacte. Comences tu, eh? Sí, començo jo. Vale. L'Andrés en la seva dinàmica bonrollista m'ha dit un minut, Luca? Les parlamentàries no hi són, eh? La Jessica estava aparcant la bicicleta, literalment. I la Dolors està per aquí. La Dolors està? Sí. Ai, que aquí! Ai, està aquí, sí. Dolors, que no et vèiem, no et vèiem. Ostres, la tinc aquí davant. T'estava buscant, a la Dolors. Ah, sí? I la Jessica estava aparcant, no? He vist que gairebé té un accident amb un autobús. Esperem a la Jessica o...? No, la parlamentària. La parlamentària, la que té la comissió d'antiracisme. Comencem? Vale. Massa tard. Doncs vinga, començarem doncs l'acte. Sí. Se sent? Sí? Em sentiu? S'ha aixecat tant més el micro. No, me l'acosto. Bueno, sí o no? Sí? Tiro? Tiro, eh? Vale. Benvinguts i...
Hello, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Minister of Inner Affairs, the Mr. President of the Commission of the Law Enforcement System of the Catalan Parliament, Mr. is Chair of the Study Commission on Institutional and Systematic Racism at the Catalan Parliament, and also welcome to the attendees online. From Right International Spain, Novact and Iridia, we are really proud and honored to have you all in this session today. We are here to present the report of transparency and accountability of police forces in Spain. This report starts with focusing on the ODGs and more specifically on ODG number 16, because I think I would like to read it out because I think it contains relevant things, because it says that it seeks to promote peaceful and societies that guarantee access to justice for everybody and be able to develop institutions that are accessible at all levels. I'd like to highlight two things here. It talks about these peaceful and inclusive societies, and here we should be working to build a society that manages conflicts, having the use of force as the last resource. And when the force should be used, it should be used under the principles of the law and non-discrimination, amongst others. This SDG also talks about institutions that should be solid, transparent, and respectful, and upholding human rights, that are committed to respecting and upholding civil and political rights for everybody. Today we will be talking about this topic, and it is very important that society is concerned about the institutions that are holding the power of use of force, especially police forces and detention institutions. We should make more efficient institutions, and that they should also be more inclusive. The test here in terms of the level of democracy and humanity is related to the guarantee of the fundamental rights linked to the activities or to the tasks that are assigned to police forces and detention centers, amongst others. Therefore, it is important to focus on all these things. We think that it is essential that the officers that are in charge of these tasks are held accountable of their acts. They should be able to explain why they used the force and how they did it. We have given them the power or the allowance to use the force, and we should oversee how this force is used and implemented. These institutions have moved little forward when it comes to transparency and accountability. Put in other words, there's still a lot of room for improvement, and this is what we want to discuss today during the talks that we're going to hold. We have witnessed that there are other institutions, or the public administration has other institutions that have done a significant way forward. And this path that they have already gone is something that will allow us to identify specific things. For example, today we can very quickly access on internet to the information of the wages of public officials, and we can also see that there are some city councils that have public data regarding the official budget. However, we identify that there are some difficulties still when it comes to police forces. It is difficult to have access to the protocols for the use of force. We have problems knowing or finding public information about the results of the internal or the inner assessments or evaluations that have been controversial, and there is still lots of room for improvement when it comes to transparency. We have then witnessed that there is a need to draft this report that you can read now. It is about underscoring the importance of accountability and transparency, especially related to police forces. During today's and tomorrow's sessions, we will be discussing the contents of this report. We will be discussing some of the most important elements. We will talk about the results and the conclusions that we have reached. And just as some presentation, I'd like to highlight that we mainly focus on 3 pillars. First, how the internal and mechanisms for oversight and investigations work. Especially, we have focused on the National Police Force, the Guardia Civil, the Catalan Police, and Police of Navarra, and the Basque Police, and local police forces as well. The second pillar has to do with the external mechanisms of oversight and investigation, especially the judiciary and the public prosecutor's office and the ombudsman. And the third pillar, it also focuses on the following topic, which is the mechanisms for audit the these police forces from the side of the civil society. Civil society can have a detrimental role, a very important role in terms of auditing or questioning the use of force and the functioning of the police forces, and especially when it comes to the political impact. We will now open this conference where we will be discussing these different topics that have been included in this report. We will have the chance to hold discussions and debates with all the panels that we think that are really interesting. And we will be discussing this topic, which is relevant for all the people in the room and other people who are following online. Thank you very much, Gemma. Welcome you all. My name is Luca Gervasoni. I am the director of Novact. And I'd like to very briefly tell you something. This is a space of discussion and bridge building, and I think it is an important space. We are the representatives of the organizing organizations, and we have to thank all the institutions, police forces, organizations that have contributed to the organization of this conference. I think it is important to mention them. We have on the side of the institutions, it is an honor, and it is also very important to have the chance to have with us the Home Affairs Minister of the Catalan regional government. We have Jessica González, who is the chair of the Study Commission on Institutional and Systematic Racism at the Catalan Parliament, and Dolors Sabater, chair of the Study Commission on the Law Enforcement System. We will have also with us the Navarra Police, Catalan Police, the local police of Fuenlabrada, Basque Police, and from the civil society organizations, we have Amnesty International, the World Organization Against Torture, the Center of Studies, and the Department of all other institutions from Spain and other places and other countries that are representing the different organizations of the civil society. And of course, the three organizing institutions, which are Iridia, Novak, and International Rights Spain. We represent political spaces that have been dealing with questioning all these aspects for quite a long time. And we made this bid to tackle this, to address this topic, because this shows that we are more and more aware of the fact that we are facing a global problem. We, in my organization, Novak, we work in the Euro-Mediterranean area, also the MENA region, and the fact that there are mechanisms that allow police forces to act with impunity is something that we have witnessed in all human rights organizations. The police forces also act with impunity, and this is a problem in all these countries. We do not want, of course, to compare the situation here in Spain with all the countries that I was mentioning, but I think that we are holding a responsibility. We were able to create a discussion space, the discussion room, and we can think about how to develop this accountability and transparency mechanism, but it is also a very good chance to generate good practices, to have an impact on society, but also at a global level. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for making this possible, and thank you for being here with us.
Bon dia a tothom.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrés García Berrio, and I'm a co-director at Iridia. I have the honor to moderate this panel, this initial panel. As Luca from Novak has mentioned, we will have with us the Home Affairs Minister of Catalan's regional government. We will have the chair of the Study Commission on the Institutional and Systemic Racism at the Catalan Parliament, and also Dolors Sabater, who is an MP and the chair of the Study Commission on the Law Enforcement System at the Catalan Parliament. We are very thrilled and honored to present this panel today. This is a discussion that we, the three organizing entities, think it's very important. A discussion that is being held here in Catalonia at the parliament, and it has been discussed how we can keep working to modernize and to adapt the police forces and the international standards for human rights. We think that this is very good news. And we also think that it is very important to hold this debate also in Parliament, but also among the civil society. We're very happy to have the chance to be here today and to have such a diverse audience amongst us. We have representatives from the Basque police, and we think that the discussion is going to be very fruitful. I'm going to now open the panel. I'm going to hand the floor first to Dolors Sabater, who is the chair of the Study Commission on the Law Enforcement System at the Catalan Parliament. Welcome. Good morning. I'd like to thank Iridia and the other organizing institutions or organizations that have been put such a great effort in organizing this conference. The contribution of this discussion is important. It is an international conference on the security model. And the fact that we can be present here to also be here speaking on behalf of this commission at the Catalan Parliament, I think this is important because there is something that shows what is happening with these discussions that we are holding. Security and all the topics related to it has been or has taken a very important part on the public discussion. And therefore, it is important that we also take part in this discussion, because security always holds a danger. And this danger is that security is only something discussed in the populist debates, because this kind of populism tends to hold far-right positions. Thank you very much then for inviting us. I'd like to thank especially the continuous work that human rights defending organizations do tirelessly for the social, civil and political rights. And if I have to say something about this conference today, is that it is important to have this international and global look, which proves that the oversight mechanisms on the law enforcement forces are something that are in practice, or that are in force in many democratic countries, is something that we also should uphold. We have the Ombudsman Office that has done significant contributions in terms of the civil rights and control of public order, have escalated in the past years, and this is the contribution that the Ombudsman Office has done in the past years. And our commission at the Parliament is still ongoing. And today I am not cannot present any conclusions. I would like to underscore something, though. The current commission discusses the public law enforcement offices, but we are also discussing the whole police model or law enforcement model. And we could delve a little bit more into what is and what is not security. And we also started reflecting on for whom and for what are police forces working. This is a discussion that I'm sure is going to take place during this conference, but it is a very, very long discussion. Just to mention, highlight, the defense of human security necessarily has to uphold the fundamental rights. And security has to include also social rights, political rights, and human rights. And these are usually rights that are violated for many people. If we do not focus here, if we only focus on police or law enforcement order issues, and then we will be mistaken. This study commission is going to finish at the end of the year, and we are focusing on 5 main aspects. On the one side, we're focusing on the different police models around the world to see which kind of model we want to have here in our country. It also focuses on revising the protocols, organization, and tools used by the police forces, and also the possibility that these mechanisms and procedures are known, are public, that are available to be analyzed and to be questioned. We also discuss about how the commission of the police to guarantee the upholding of the social, civil, and political rights. And finally, the need to create an independent public oversight and monitoring mechanism to investigate police operations. Maybe this last aspect is the newest aspect, but it's also the most controversial one. Our work plan includes different meetings and also interviews with specialists, people from the academia and other areas of expertise from different international perspectives. We also will be working with police unions, lawyers, representatives of the civil society, municipalism, different economical sectors and organizations such as Stop Balas de Goma, Iridia, Alerta Solidaria, and also representatives of victims of excessive use of police force. We will be able to have conclusions at the end of the year, but I'd like to mention something that has happened very recently, which has to do with the use of anti-riot weapons, and it has to do with the agreements that were made by the Catalan Parliament in 2013. The Commission of 2013 will be always remembered because they were able to forbid the use of rubber bullets. It was important because at that time, the Catalan Parliament was able to sign this agreement on the prohibition of the use of this kind of weapons. It was the case of Esther Quintana, which sparked the organization of that commission. It was demonstrant, a woman was taking part in a demonstration and who was shot in the face with a rubber bullet, and she lost the one eye. This resolution 47610 from December 2013 that we all remember has another thing linked to it, another memory, which is also painful. At that time, the Minister of Inner Affairs, Mr. Felip Puig, who was the maximum authority responsible, denied the action or denied the fact that rubber bullets were fired at that riot. The victim, in order to be able to prove what happened, had to fight against all odds to be able to recognize the facts during the preliminary investigations. The lawyer that defended her was Laia Serra, made something that I deem very relevant. Laia Serra said, this was in the preliminary investigation for the agents that took part in that anti-riot action. The declaration of agents is the only evidence as a counterpart of the evidences presented by the victim, which are the declaration, pictures, and forensic report, etc. What does it mean? That the lack of oversight mechanisms leads the victims to not be able to defend their position. And they put also the public servants for security that are lacking the necessary elements to denounce the bad practices. And at the end of the day, they do not have the tools necessary to discard bad practices when it may have occurred. And I think this is the most relevant argument to see that we need these oversight and monitoring mechanisms. From the resolution 2013, we always remember the prohibition of the use of rubber bullets, but there were many other resolutions that were approved and that were agreed, but they were not developed further. For example, to have better traceability of the foam bullets, because they were deemed not to be as harmful as the rubber bullets. We have seen that this lethal potentiality of these kind of projectiles is similar to the one of the rubber bullets. But what I want to highlight here is that this traceability does not exist. There are no mechanisms that at a present stage are active currently. When somebody loses an eyeball after the impact of a foam bullet, it is impossible to know who fired that bullet, who gave the order to fire it, and what happened exactly. Now, the prohibition of the use of foam projectiles may be one of the conclusions of the current Commission. We are not sure about the fact that there will be enough consensus in the Parliament, where there are several groups in the Parliament that have spoken in favor, but we do not know if it's going to pass or not. And just to finish, I'd like to highlight that 4 years after this prohibition, there was another alarm during October 2017. I think that the events in October 2017 sparked or initiated the reason to start with this commission. At that time, October 2017, there was another rubber bullet that was fired by the national police during the Catalan referendum for independence, and as a consequence, Roger Espanyol lost one eye. At that time, Anaïs Franquesa was in charge of investigating what had happened. They were analyzing the different videos to see what had happened at that time. And this is the only thing that allowed an investigation to start, because there was no oversight and monitoring mechanism that could be used to initiate an investigation. What did the events in October 17 show? Well, three things. The first one is that the prohibition of the use of rubber bullets in Catalonia was not respected by all the police forces of Spain. The second thing is that the illegality of some police actions and the force used against a pacific demonstration was completely under impunity. There is a sentence, absolutory sentence for the head of the Catalan police that proves it, because some of the main principles that should be upheld were completely dashed in October 2017. And then also police forces who are in charge of maintaining public order should be judged publicly. When we analyze police forces, we first look from whom they depend. And after these events, where many police officers committed several irregularities, we could also see that there was no official investigation, but even some of these officials were rewarded by some of the state powers. And these are some of the elements upon which we are working in our commission. The cycle of protests and repression after October 2017, with some important escalation moments, were quite significant. it is also another thing that's worth highlighting is the presence of the Catalan police in the case of evictions of poor families that cannot afford their mortgage or rent. And despite the fact that there are non-violent actions that follow the protocols or the examples of non-violence and civil disobedience, they have shown that we are lacking these oversight and monitoring mechanisms. There has to be a social consensus about the use of police force. There is another alarming fact. There are some police files that are generating profiles of activists. When there is an activist that takes part in different demonstrations, they can be surveilled unlawfully, and they can even be arrested at home for no specific reason. And these are all things that have set an alarm. For example, when there were these files were uncovered with profiles of different activists and people who take part in the demonstrations and protest actions. For me, it is a proud as an MP to be part of this commission, because I think that the Parliament, with the creation of this commission, is living up to this need, and we are coming to conclusions and agreeing resolutions that we hope that are going to be implemented, also the ones that were not implemented after 2013. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak about this commission and the opening of this very important conference, and thank you very much for your work that you do tirelessly on a daily basis. And I also would like to say that all the society, all the neighbors, public services, we are all committed to defending a security which is in line with the defense and support and uphold of human rights. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Iridia Novak, Rights International Spain, activists, organization, police forces, international organizations who have joined this session. Welcome to Catalonia. I would like to mention the Defending Freedom is Everyone business campaign in Colombia, because they are working to see how the government has been violating human rights. And thank you for sharing this experience here. We know that this is a very specific event, and this should be the first of many working meetings, because we understand that these meetings are very important. Today, I will be talking as the chair of the Study Commission on Institutional and Systemic Racism at the Catalan Parliament. It is quite positive that Dolors has talked before. And this is because the only space where we have been able to debate racism was at a commission where we talk about the police model, and we focused on the ethnic profiling. Just to give you a brief overview of what we do, I would like to remind you that institutions are always working on what the civil society focuses on. The institutions always try to follow the needs of the civil society. The murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement gave us the context. It wasn't the first case that was taking place, and that made us have a debate at a global level and talk about police violence in particular. So we received first reactions, and we were told that black people would not be killed on the streets in Europe. However, we are facing different types of violence. We can see it at the borders. 3 months ago, we faced it in Melilla. Violence is granted impunity there, for example. And this was recognized by the Prime Minister. Violence seems to be legal at this stage. Even though someone has an ID card, that doesn't mean that you will be stopped at the border for ethnic profiling. And if there are irregularities in place, you will be suffering from this kind of abuse. Part of this global discussion is that the far-right politics have reached the institutions. For them, racism is relevant and part of their political project. As a society, we need to ask ourselves why far-right parties are now participating in this debate, but we also need to discuss what we still need to do. Racism seems to be a moral issue, an individual issue. However, now we see that there's systemic racism and we need to investigate it. Besides, it's important to mention that at the Catalan Parliament, there are people who are not white people, and we have suffered from these violations personally and politically, and there are many chances for us to introduce these topics because these haven't been dealt with for a long time. That's why we created this commission, which is a new commission. We have had 8 meetings so far. Our first objective is to research how the systemic and institutional racism takes place. We look at equal opportunities, health, education, culture, social representation, political and social and economic representation. And we want to share the view of what are the measures that we need to take in order to limit any discrimination and to put an end to it. So, Catalonia is part of the global north, and it has a very active role in the history of colonialism. So we need to accept that politically and socially there is a past, and therefore all institutions need to be reviewed. It's true that a big part of the society is well aware of the fact that they need to speak up against racism. And we see that very often institutional and structural dimensions of racism are sometimes not visible to the eye. So we feel that we are silent at some point. Therefore, we have created this commission, as I was saying, and one of the topics regarding police violence that we are focusing on is ethnic profiling. We know that we will be holding discussions today and tomorrow, and we will have this large characterization of why this is happening. And I am going to refer to the last session we had because we focused on police violence. Iridia was there as well. We were also joined by SOS Racism, and we talked about how ethnic profiling and the detention centers were illegal. There was discrimination, and there is still discrimination, and we need to say that we are limited. And as an MP, I sometimes feel frustrated because the law is not always enforced. And we might have very advanced laws, which are very progressive and ensure rights, but we do not have the policies and the oversight mechanisms needed to enforce the laws. And that's why we are here today, and that's why we need to talk about the detention centers and the ethnic profiling so that we discuss transparency. There's no public data on the number of identified people. When it comes to migrants, we know the total figures, but we do not know the reasons behind it and the results of that. We are lacking this data, and therefore we do not know how these organizations can support the creation of these mechanisms. We also need to say that the detentions are systematic. So this is not about specific officials taking these actions. It's general. And we have been confirmed that by an international rapporteur, by the UN. So ethnic profiling reduces the protection of the civil society because people stop collaborating with police forces. We will not talk about this, but there are many effects at a mental level that people suffer from, and the impacts are relevant as well. It is usually men who are the main victims of these actions, and we are talking at a social level rather than at an individual level. Besides, this is inefficient, discriminatory. This is part of the campaign Stopping Me. But this is not the only way in which we can see police violence. We've seen political cases as well. We can see Mohamed Said Badawi, an activist from Reus, who has recently requested the process to be assigned a nationality. And suddenly he was expelled from the country. He has been very active for many years, and he has been participating in many actions regionally. And it is believed, and according to the reports that have been issued, apparently this could be part of a racial reaction against the Islamic population. This is a well-accepted issue, but somehow this explains practices that are severe when it comes to violations of human rights. I will not go into detail, but I'm sure that we will talk about how after the 11th of September, going after Muslim people would be reasonable. So this case is quite relevant and is well known. And from the Commission, we are trying to support this case, and we are trying to advocate for this at a government level. But if this happens to someone who's not an activist and who hasn't got a network of people supporting them, the situation could be different. What happens when this happens to someone who works, let's say, at a shop, to someone who hasn't got the tools to fight against this action? I also wanted to mention something, and maybe the Minister of Home Affairs will be able to say something about it. There's the Proderai protocol by the Home Affairs, in which it stated that there's stigma and criminalization of part of the Muslim students based on criteria that can be questioned. And we are studying this case within the Commission. We are working on the conclusions at the moment, and we will create proposals. And we are asking for internal and external oversight mechanisms, and we also want to reinforce the oversight mechanisms for racism and for institutional violence. There is also psychological support for all the effects and impacts that I mentioned before. And training is also important, of course. Police forces need to be trained. I did some trainings myself, and there's some resistance, I must say. Before, I said that we need the representation of non-white population to start this initiative. But this is also relevant for police forces. We are doing and working on this at the government level. We are well aware that there are many women in politics now because we need to, and to fight against the rules. But the fact that we have non-white people in the police forces doesn't guarantee that these situations won't happen in the future. We need to put in place trainings, and we need to create measures that help us advance. We will be delighted to share with you the conclusions of the Commission in the future, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you for having invited us. I believe that it's important for the Minister of Home Affairs to join a conference that has been organized by several organizations that are seeking to guarantee rights. These organizations focus on defending human rights. And they look at transparency, security, and they want to uphold this very relevant value. The society allows a group of people to use force, and this is very serious. And when the society decides that, this means that we need to monitor the use of force. There needs to be an oversight, and there needs to be transparency. So I would like to start by thanking the organizations who have used social and political activism, because it is political activism, of course. They have used activism to focus on this issue. First, I believe that this means we are recognizing the work that's being done by these organizations, which is essential. Despite the differences, it is clear that if the Catalan police is better nowadays and improves every day, it is because of many reasons. Here, for example, recommendations have been provided, and organizations have been working along these lines, and therefore I would really like to thank you. I would like to talk about security, or what I understand that security is. I won't say many things because I understand that I'm the Minister of Home Affairs, and I am not supposed to speak, I am supposed to act. So I may talk about some of the things we have already carried out and about some of the things that I would like to put forward. But I know that I need to practice what I preach. So I try not to raise expectations about my work. The other day, I was talking about something, and this has to do with what you mentioned before, about what security is. So I was saying, what do we need to do if there's a 14 or 15-year-old boy who is disturbing neighbors, who insults, who shouts? Should we send the police there? Should we call the police? Maybe we should reach out to an educator. Maybe that boy needs to be given opportunities, because if we send the police there, they might detain him, but he will still be there afterwards. So I believe that it's very useful for the Minister of Home Affairs to say that the security policy and security itself equals social policies. When we talk about accommodation, when we talk about labor, training, monitoring and supporting diversity at school, lower the number of students per class in order for them to receive a higher and tailor-made attention by the teachers, for example. When we talk about prisons, there's work to be done there as well. All of this has to do with security policy. And we need to work on security from this broad perspective. When I say this, you may think that I am not relevant right now here for this conference, but my obligations are to look at what security means in relation to police actions. But I believe it's important to highlight what I said, because this would change the framework that the far-right parties are putting forward. And we can see that in Catalonia and in Europe as well. They understand security as a reactive action against those who are violating what is determined. So when we talk about security and we change our focus, what we are doing is changing their focus as well. Yesterday, I was talking to a deputy member from Vox, that if there's more equality, there's more protection and security. And I believe in that. Security policies and the security rates are directly related to the degree of equality that we can see. If there is more well-being and more security, more equality, there's more security. If there are more imbalances, there is less security. I am a politician, and I am a left-wing politician. So I understand that citizens need to be ensured their rights. And I believe in a progressive policy, because if there's equality, there's security. And if there's imbalance, there's the type of security that they understand. I can say that we can see that in our countries and the countries nearby as well. That's one of the first things I wanted to mention. Secondly, I wanted to say that law enforcement agencies are a public service, similarly to health, education, etc. This public service depends on policies. There's a general debate nowadays within politics on the fact that politicians should not get involved in the work of police forces. But we do need to do that because we are responsible for those, and we are managing their work politically, at a political level. A few days ago, I had a surgery, and I wasn't there as the ministry. I wasn't having a surgery by the Ministry of Health. I had a doctor, right? So in the same way, I won't be telling an investigator how to do their job, for example. However, as you know, the Minister of Health will decide if we invest more or less on private or public health. If we promote mental health, for example. That's a political decision. It's not a group of doctors making this decision. It's not a group of doctors and nurses deciding if they are going to invest more on mental health. No, that's decided at a political level. So having more women in the police forces is also a decision that's made at a political level. And like that, there are some others. When we talk about command, it's also we also make decisions at a political level. If we decide that the management team will be in charge of something, it's because we decided at a political level. And if sexist abuses take place, it's because we make these decisions. And if we want to incorporate more women to specific forces, or if we want to value languages to increase diversity in the police forces, this is also because we have made a decision. And I will never turn my back to the political decisions. And I will not allow police forces to get involved in political decisions, because I think that's essential. And many of the things that we will talk about today are related to this. So when we are told, do not get involved as politicians, if we do not get involved, who should then? Who should decide? Who should make decisions on these security policies if it's not politicians? So I believe this is the second pillar we should focus on, and we need to be very determined on this issue. Another decision we have made is to create a study commission. There's a study commission on the police model. This study commission has been approved by the Catalan Parliament. And this has been proposed by a group of political parties, including the Ministry of Home Affairs. So, my political group, has signed this petition and this request and has approved the working plan together with other political parties. And we have approved the topics that will be dealt with. Because if the Catalan police and the security forces have improved and have progressed, it's because we have worked on it. And we can see that nowadays there are many issues that are requested by the police forces that didn't used to be in the past. And this is because we have used political debates to enrich the police forces. And I would like to thank police forces, especially Catalan police forces, because we have received a lot of input from them. They have shared with us comments, and they have had a non-defensive attitude because they are convinced that this is relevant. We are here to promote change, and that's also a message I wanted to give you. We have been working, we have made changes to increase diversity, to have a management team, to incorporate women at a management level when it comes to the Catalan police. Now we've got a 25% rate of women included in the police forces. And as Jessica was saying, this is not enough. We need to change our mentality. I would like to give you an example. Yesterday, I was at a police station, and a deputy member said, "Why is there a woman and a man in the management team? This doesn't work. Why have you done that?" And I said, "Well, why do you talk about two people?" in fact, there were 4 people, and there were 2 men and 2 women, and they were disregarding the women included in the management team. So we are determined to progress. When we talk about rubber bullets, next year it will be 10 years from that case. I would like this to happen in Spain as well. There's a government in place that's against rubber bullets, but police forces are using them in Catalonia, in Spain. So we should make an effort to put our policies forward. So it's very useful for Catalonia to talk about foam, and we have included it in our work plan. But at the same time, what's happening is that in Spain, there's a government in place who has a different point of view and who is still using rubber bullets that we prohibited in 2013. And we have been talking about the security of the citizenship for a very long time, and we have tried to apply the law that protects the citizenship. And we consider that the Spanish government has the majority to promote changes in this sense. Maybe in the future there won't be, but at the moment we have the majority. We need to incorporate monitoring mechanisms. We have done that so far, but we still need to progress in this direction. And I honestly believe, knowing the Catalan police, that the Catalan police is a positive and a good police force. It's well considered by the population. The population would rate them with a 7. But then when we ask the population about their personal relationship with the police force, what rate would you give them? And they would give a higher rate. So the Catalan police is a good police force because they can listen to the population. And for some reason, they have been progressing, improving, and some of the things that you mentioned, such as biases, are looked at internally. All other topics are transparency, traceability, which are also included in the study commission. And we have received many recommendations by the police forces as well. And they're working on this internally. I am very satisfied with the work at the Commission because it's made of a diverse group of people, which enriches its work and which helps us improve. And I believe that we will have the necessary majority to be able to reach agreements. And we also want to work on the police forces law, but I won't get into detail. I mainly wanted to focus on the idea that I mentioned before, that we need to carry out this exercise because I believe that's the pillar behind the understanding on what police forces are. Police forces are a public service and therefore they depend on the political guidance of any government. And then obviously there is a judiciary dimension that has to do with the courts and the tribunals. And it's very important that we do not lose this perspective. We also need to understand, as I said, security as a broader concept. So let me finish by saying that creating and organizing these conferences is very positive, because if we walk together, those who seek improvements in police action, and then if the police forces walk alongside and they look at each other, and they do not try to understand each other, or they criticize each other. I mean, honestly, this happens. Sometimes they look at each other and they don't speak to each other, which create prejudices. You do not know how the police works. You are not working hand in hand with them. You do not interact with them, and therefore you don't understand them. And if you do not work with politicians, you will have the same ideas. So I believe we should work together. And I think that in Catalonia, we have overcome these barriers because the Catalan police has been willing to overcome these barriers. And we want to practice what we preach, because we preach, that's true, but we want to make sure that this becomes a reality. Thank you very much.
Sí.
In order to close this first panel, I would like to thank you all, your intervention and participation. Thank you for your time. We will continue debating these issues, and we will talk about with the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Catalan police. The conference has been originating from the work that's been done for 7 years by people who had suffered institutional violence. And this has been affected hundreds of people. This is key to us. We have learned from the processes. We have informed of problems. We have talked to the parliament about the issues, and we always try to be very rigorous. Whenever we report something, we prove it. There is a rigorous process in place, and that's why this conference, for Olga and Gustavo and Jordi and for many others who have been affected by these issues, are very relevant. One day we promised that we would work to improve their personal process and their personal experience, but to improve the society as well. So understanding how their experience has been and the lack of mechanisms has helped us. Now we will introduce the report. We are very proud of it because we have created the diagnose. There's a team who has been putting many hours into the drafting of this report, and we want to thank them for their hard work. And I wouldn't want to finish without saying thank you to the technicians that are making everything possible. They have been here from very early today, and otherwise it would have been impossible to be here. So let's enjoy this day and let's learn and debate. Thank you.
Disculpeu, la següent taula començarà a les 11.
The next panel is going to start at 11:15. interview one of its representatives, and they could not be here today with us due to some problems they have had. I also wanted to mention the following. We will now present this report on transparency and accountability that we have elaborated. We have the QR code that you can scan to download the full report. It has not been easy, especially in terms of transparency of the regulation of the police forces and the protocols applied in each one of them. But before I start my presentation, that I will like to keep quite short because you can read the report yourselves, I'd like to mention something. I'd like to highlight what we were able to identify. We were able to identify the police officer that fired the gun that harmed and hurt Roger Español. I just wanted to point out that we were not able to identify the specific officer who did that, but we were contributing to the investigation, and we spent hours and hours going through the videos that of the events of that day. Unfortunately, in Spain, rubber bullets have not been prohibited. The organizations present here are actively working to achieve the goal of the prohibition of the use of rubber bullets in Spain, and we hope that this discussion also contributes to this goal. If we go to the report, we mention the fact that in order to be able to elaborate this report, we also, of course, used literature in the matter, but we were also holding interviews with experts of the different police forces, international experts, members of the academia, civil society, and also focus groups that were also very important. And when it came to the different topics that we wanted to cover, etc., we had the collaboration of the different police forces present here and also members of the civil society. I will mention something quite obvious that has already been mentioned. The use of force, it is not a right, because the minister didn't find it as a right, is that the fact is that the use of force is clearly limited. In the cases when the use of force should be applied, are ruled or under the constraints of some international commitments, some international agreements, and this should always be the very last resource, the very last tool. When we have criminal law, or when we have to use the use of force to try to solve a situation, this means that we have failed, because there should be many other public policies that should be applied beforehand and before we come to this point or to this stage. This use of force, the fact that we are, or that another person is harmed, is something that has to be exceptional. We saw that the law, that it was essential to refer to the international standards and laws, because international right is also national law. International law is also part of the national law, and we wanted this to be part of this report. We have an annex with all the laws that we have been working with that have helped us to delve deep into the matter. We refer to the Convention Against Torture, the European Convention for Human Rights. These are international agreements and covenants that have to be transposed to the national law. They should protect the right to life and physical integrity, and they have an absolute prohibition, which is torture. And this is something I want to highlight. Sometimes there is something that should be considered when we discuss some of the weapons used by the police. Torture is always forbidden. It's always prohibited always in any situation and with any person. Even in cases where there is extreme violence, if you wish, people do not lose their right to be protected against torture. This is the reason that some of the weapons that can cause severe injuries or mutilations or even cause death, they should be regulated, and some of them should be prohibited. This is one of the matters that we address in this report when it comes to the use of anti-riot weapons. But more important is who decides what kind of weapons should the police have. Is there any public discussion about it? Is there any public oversight? How are these weapons regulated and monitored? What is the public monitoring of the use of this kind of weapons? How can we make sure that their use falls within the international standards? So these are the aspects or the issues that we wanted to cover with this report. And this international law, we mention also some specific codes and protocols related to the use of force and the obligations of the police forces. It has already been mentioned that there are some basic principles for use of force, which is legality, precaution, proportionality, non-discrimination, and of course, accountability. Here, there's something that we should be clear on, which is that police violence or overstepping in the use of force, the violation of rights related to this, are very closely related to impunity. And this is not something that I say. This is not my opinion. Of course, I say, but there are some special rapporteurs of the UN that also state this. So there is a direct link between these two things. Even despite the fact that if we were to have wonderful standards, if there are no mechanisms for accountability, mechanisms of oversight and monitoring, how can we make sure that these rules or that these laws are applied? This is one of the aspects that we worked on in our commission. And in the reports that we issue every year, we issue an annual report with the violations that we have witnessed, with the cases that we have seen with our own eyes, because we also act at court and we can see specific cases and we can extract some conclusions. And these mechanisms of oversight and monitoring are one of the main reasons. Impunity, as we were saying. Impunity could be defined as the lack of prosecution, investigation, and punishment for the police officers that have overstepped in the use of force. These are terms used by the Special Rapporteur of the UN. This has to be done in different ways. There should be an investigation process, an efficient investigation process. If we do not have these internal investigation processes, it is very difficult, or it is very unlikely that we can reach successfully to an end. Then there should also be some external supervising or oversighting mechanisms. We need these institutional external mechanisms that act independently. The right to investigate. This is something. This is a demand for the states. States have to fulfill the request to investigate, to uphold the rights of the victim, but they should also prevent future violations of rights, and also try to avoid future violations of human rights. In the European Court for Human Rights, Spain has been sentenced on 13 times for not investigating or for investigating violations of human rights or overstepping in the use of force. if we have these principles inside, we can make sure that this accountability, and this is one of the conclusions reached with this report, is that mechanisms of the accountability mechanisms that currently exist in Spain in the different police forces are not enough to guarantee the effective punishment of all cases of police abuse and effective remedy for the victims. This is not something that I am saying. It is something that the European Commissioner for Human Rights said in a letter that sent to the Minister of Home Affairs of Spain in 2017 after the events of autumn 2017 that we all remember. I want to highlight just a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to refer to the internal monitoring mechanisms. We have reached the conclusion that they are not independent or efficient enough. They are not public. They are not accessible. We do not know how they really work. The data about disciplinary processes and procedures do not reflect or do not let us see what were the sanctions imposed related to specific violations or specific sanctions. And also police forces where we have seen that there is some information, but that is not, in any case, it's not enough. The information about how many agents have been investigated or have been sanctioned after for torture cases, etc. This is all information that is very difficult to obtain. When it comes to the Catalan police, we were able to obtain some of the information after asking in the commissions at the Catalan Parliament, but we still cannot access all the data. We have searched and delved deep into all this information and tried to extract the relevant data, and we could see that from 2012 and then 2019 and then, well, these data are incomplete. And there are some data that are quite surprising. You will find them in the annex of the report. There are many disciplinary procedures that are not even initiated. It is 2,480. And if we also consider other procedures in course, and if we were talking about here of absolute figures, we would say that between 2012, and 2018, there were about 2,800 procedures started, but 2,481 of them were not even initiating. So you can see here how relevant these figures are. These are some of the aspects that we briefly analyze in this report. Unfortunately, we could not delve too deep into it, but these are surprising data. For example, the Deputy Director for Operations is a police officer in the Catalan police. It is also a member of the police. This is also quite surprising. We could discuss many other things about the internal mechanisms of the Catalan police, but this is one of the aspects that caught our eye. Then I'd like to mention another relevant aspect that you will find in the report. You will see it was not able to find the information about this or that. And this is not to the fact that we did not work hard, but this is due to the lack of transparency. When it comes to protocols of the use of force, of course, all the regional laws and also the national law here in Spain includes the fact that all police officers are bound by the principle of legality, precaution, etc. How is this applied? How is this implemented? How is this translated in the protocols? How should they use the different weapons or anti-riot weapons? These protocols are not public. Here, I'd like to mention briefly a couple of things. For example, the protocols of the National Police Force are not public. The protocol that regulates the use of rubber bullets is not public. We have the same with the Guardia Civil. It is public in the case of the Catalan police, but only some of the information. For many years, it was accessible because the police unions made it public, not because it was officially made public by the Department of Home Affairs. Now, there is some official publications after many, many years requesting it, but there is still some information lacking. It is not complete, but at least now we know a few things about it. In the case of the Basque police, well, the Basque government also rejected discussing the use of anti-riot weapons in the Basque parliament. There is some information that is known after some official questions asked in the Basque parliament, but this, of course, makes it difficult for us to see if these protocols are enforced or not, and this is something that you will also see in the report. In the case of the Navarra police, in Navarra, it was analyzed whether the use of a weapon abides the law or not, but then specific information about the use of that weapon is not included or is not public. And before I finish, there is something we need to mention when it comes to local police forces, because when it comes to local police, the picture is even worse. There are several reasons that explain this. The competence to create this police force is something that relays on the city council. The different autonomous communities here in Spain can grant the possibility to a city council to create a police force, a local police force, depending on the number of citizens, etc. And here we can see that there are 8,131 municipalities in Spain. So there are 8,131 different police systems, because there are some of these local polices that do not have even an internal ruling. And there is no way that you can monitor or oversee anything, because how can you regulate the weapons that they wear or when they should be used, etc.? We may complain a lot, but at least the Catalan police has some protocols that regulate and that rule the use of the weapons. They may be more or less accessible, but for example, when it comes to the tasers, there was a discussion at the parliament about when they should be used, but there is a protocol. But there is, in the case of the local police forces, there is nothing, and this is something that should end. The fact that there is such a lack of transparency when it comes to the use of force makes it very difficult to have an effective accountability, but it also hinders the fact that there can be a public monitoring. We, as civil society, have the right to know how the use of force is implemented, and we have the right as well to monitor it. And to be able to do it with guarantees, we need all this information to be public and accessible. So we demand to all administrations to make all this information public and available. Thank you.
Thank you, Anais. It's true that the access to the rules regulating the use of force is essential for accountability. adequate accountability. Issues are also important. For example, the existence of mechanism for the appropriate identification of officers when they are acting in a public space. Likewise, we need traceability systems for weapons, firearms, and their use. When we talk about the identification of police officers, what we mean is that they need to have the ID number which allows identifying them so that we know who that police officer is. So it needs to be added to their uniform. That way we can oversight and monitor the way they behave. And we can therefore monitor if they are using force adequately and appropriately. The best systems for identification are those Apologies. Can you hear me well? Should I start once again? No, I won't. I was saying that the best identification systems complying with the requirements are the so-called 360 degrees systems. This has been implemented by the Catalan police since 2001. That means that the identification number for riot police, when they are acting in an operation or an action must be seen on the front of the uniform, at the back of the uniform, and on their helmet as well, which is usually on the sides of the helmet. This allows people to identify them from different points. This means that identification numbers need to be big enough so that they can be clearly seen. We need to use a font that doesn't lead to confusion. And this, for example, is something that the identification system of the national police forces do not comply with, because they use the font that's called Terminator. You should look for it. And they use an alphanumeric code which leads to confusions. So S's can be interpreted as number 5, for example. So there's a protocol by which they have the ID number at the back, and it's attached to the uniform with a Velcro, which makes it possible to take it off, or they can even lose it, maybe. As we mentioned in the report, and you will be able to read that in the report, there are many cases in which there's a deployment of police forces in which they were not appropriately identified. Some of the most recent examples that we mentioned in the report are the ones for at the NATO summit last June in Madrid. There was a deployment of police officers, and they documented that they were not complying with these requirements. Another essential element for an appropriate accountability system is having traceability systems in place. This is in accordance with international standards, which you can find in the first chapter of the report. The appropriate monitoring of firearms, non-lethal weapons, foam bullets, rubber bullets, etc. The traceability systems must refer to the guns and to the bullets so that we know that a specific bullet was shot with a specific gun. And we also need a recording system which allows us to identify the officer that was given that gun before the police action. This needs to be complemented with reports that are drafted afterwards on the use of those guns, which need to be detailed enough for us to know the context and the circumstances under which the guns were used. And therefore, we can obviously assess the consequences of the use of those guns. That's very important, especially when there are when harm is being done, of course, and lesions are caused. I won't go into much detail because Anais has already mentioned this before, but the current systems that are used by police forces do not seem to comply with the requirements. They do not seem to be effective enough to allow us to identify police officers. And we can see that many proceedings have not identified the police officers that were responsible for the harm. There's a lack of traceability and systems, as I was saying, which makes it difficult for judges to carry out their investigations. There have been 13 sentences by the International Court of Human Rights because Spain didn't carry out exhaustive and appropriate investigations of cases of malpractice, abuse, or torture. There are 15 other sentences by the Constitutional Court which were protecting those accused for the very same reasons, because the investigations were not exhaustive and appropriate. We would also need to add all those cases that have denounced and claimed abuse and malpractice, in which the compliance decided not to go forward and appeal at the regional court. Sometimes compliance appeal first, but then they go to the Constitutional Court, and that's where where the process ends. Many of them are denied their case, and they believe that they are not relevant enough. So we have 28 sentences, and then there are cases in which the proceedings have not been exhausted. We can clearly identify on these sentences, as well as on those by the Constitutional Court, that there's a tendency to inactivity by the Public Prosecutor's Office when it comes to proceedings. They do not request preparatory inquiries. They are not active enough, and that also happens in the first phase trials. And the files sometimes are filed before the officers are interrogated, for example. The case is filed before the inquiries are obtained. This is difficult to investigate, and this requires judges to have the necessary training. This happens to lawyers, to prosecutors, for example. They are not trained well enough on how to use the initial tools they have to investigate these type of offenses and crimes. And this is also based on the Istanbul Protocol. So this has to do with with torture, for example. Investigations are not effective. The author of are not identified. This worsen the psychological and sociological impact of the victims. On the 4th chapter of the report, you can read a long explanation of the symptoms, the post-traumatic symptoms and sequelae that they suffer from. They are exposed to a situation of institutional violence. So, if there is no accountability, the feeling of unprotection or impunity is worsened. They do not need to suffer physical violence in order to have psychological or sociological effects or impacts. This can also be caused by a discrimination or racial reasons. The previous panel has already mentioned that, and we will be discussing that later. This is also mentioned in the report. But these behaviors by the police or by institutions that are grounded on racial discrimination are very relevant. We have talked about ethnic profiling and racial profiling. If you're not familiarized with this term, it's a situation in which a police officer asks one person to show their ID card, mainly because they belong to an ethnic group or because of their physical features, and not because of the actions that they have performed, or not because they have been participating in an action or taking part in an offense. Those are the only two reasons by which police officers are allowed to ask someone for their ID card. It's to prevent an offense or because someone has been taking part in an offense. So this is a systematic practice in the country. This is an endemic problem, as it was identified by the group of experts working on the issue at the UN and also on the European Commission for Racism and Intolerance. The regulation that on 1986 and those from the regional police officers forces include the principle of non-discrimination in police actions. But they do not include specific mechanisms to put into practice the principle of non-discrimination. We got very excited when we were drafting the report because we saw that the regulations of the police in Navarra included a specific point that said that whenever a police officer would be identified and whenever a police officer would identify someone, they needed to fill in a form. But then we were told that the police doesn't apply that. We carried out interviews and we said, do local police here apply these rules? And we were told that they do not. So the law is in place, but it's not implemented. That's the next step. They have been piloting, some forms have been piloted to identify people. That has been done by the local police in Fuenlabrada, for example, or by the Catalan police. The Ombudsman has mentioned in several occasions, and they did so in 2021 for the last time, they highlighted that we need to use forms. So whenever someone is asked for their identification or ID card, there needs to be a form in place saying why they were asked for their ID cards, whether there was a suspicion of something in specific, what was the race of that person, and what happened afterwards. So what was the result? Did that result in a sanction or in a detention? because that will help us determine the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness of such controls. And I will now give the floor to Thijs. Thank you. I am going to talk about the Ombudsman. As we have mentioned, we have added a paragraph or a part on the internal mechanisms for accountability. But there's also a part on the external mechanisms that are used for auditing police forces. We believe that's also important. Besides the judiciary, which is in charge of ensuring the rights of the citizens and the population, we have also looked at stakeholders such as the Ombudsman, as Patricia mentioned, and the civil society. On the one hand, the report highlights that the Ombudsman at a national, local, or at the level of a city can investigate the unlawful use of force by police forces. Despite the fact that they are part of the auditing process, and despite the fact that they are essential, we know that they need to prevent torture, and they are also involved in the National Institute for Human Rights. But besides that, their terms are very wide, and that makes it difficult for them to have the means and the specific materials to carry out a forensic investigation, for example, with an examination that can include the place where everything took place. There's a general criterion on when to dismiss a case. Proceedings are sometimes paused. Besides, there are resolutions by the Ombudsman, and they usually make recommendations, and these recommendations are not always applicable or implemented. That's why several organizations at the international level, as we highlight, such as the UN Committee for Human Rights, have requested the Spanish government to create external mechanisms for oversight and monitoring of the police forces, so that they can be independent enough and effective enough to investigate the complaints for the use of force or unlawful use of force by the police forces. For us, that shows that the current mechanisms in place, including the Ombudsman, are not enough to ensure the appropriate investigation or sanction. As Patricia mentioned, this is not even enough to provide compensation to victims. On the other hand, there is a panel that we are inviting you to join tomorrow at 10 a.m., where we will discuss this in more detail. So, to be brief, we have also talked about the active participation of the civil society. This is very important during this conference, but this is important at all levels, for auditing, also for accountability, because by using those mechanisms, the control and the auditing of the police forces by human rights, social organizations, research centers, and the population in general is an essential tool. It's a tool that is used to ensure human rights according to international standards, as they mentioned before. The UN General Assembly in 1988 declared that we need to defend and promote human rights and basic and essential needs. And they mentioned that they need to defend human rights offenders. So we have needed 14 years to get back to this document and to remember what was decided then. That was a negotiation between the civil society and the states to reach the conclusion that we are all human rights defenders and we all have the right and the obligation to report human rights violations. The Human Rights Council has also approved several resolutions, and within the framework, the human rights are ensured. Apologies, I tend to speak quite fast. I get excited and I tend to speak very fast. Thanks for letting me know. What do I mean by that? The government must recognize, guarantee, and protect the work by the civil society when it comes to human rights defense. And governments include police forces. Civil society is organized and the population itself is organized and must observe, monitor, and report human rights violations. I would not like to go into details because we are having a coffee break after, but what are we doing? What have we analyzed in the report and what have we highlighted in the report? We have looked at different police actions. And the oversight by the civil society, we have created a system. We do not have isolated and informal mechanisms. We have different components that are part of the system, such as people, organizations, movements, different techniques and actions, and these are interconnected. We are promoting a connection that allows auditing the police action. This system has limitations, of course, but it has a great potential. I will briefly mention that there are two components: observation, monitoring, and systematizing. As Patricia mentioned, there's a lack of follow-up on the regulations, as it was observed at the last NATO summit. The observations by the civil society promote disciplinary proceedings, and we have examples of that. For example, there's the Som Defensoras network in Catalonia. We also have groups of neighbors that help with that. And the second thing is advocacy. We need to raise the voice for those that have suffered from violations to ask for reparations and compensations. The objective is to go beyond a specific case. We do not need to raise the voice for specific victims. We need to make sure that the impact they cause is long-lasting. We also need to make sure that the institutions that need to defend human rights are doing so.
We can make sure that more effective measures can be implemented. Therefore, the following has been included in this report. Civil society is triggering actions, not only in terms of raising awareness in the public opinion, but it is also putting pressure on the political to create policies, to create effective mechanisms. Thank you very much. I will finish here. I don't know if you would like to. Yes, here. Yes, Thais, thank you very much, Patricia. We have 15 minutes now before the coffee break. Maybe in these 15 minutes, we would like to hear your opinion. So we open the floor now for Q&A. If you raise your hand, I will hand you the microphone. If there are too many questions, we will have to stop so we can make sure that we stay within the schedule. So if there's anybody who has a remark or a question to ask the panelists. Yes, we made it so clear that there are no questions, I can see. Maybe you need a few seconds to reflect upon what has been said. I mentioned the coffee break, and this is, of course, not wanting anyone to ask anything. Well, in any case, they have the report. Well, I don't know if you missed something out, if there's something that you would like to mention. Thais has already mentioned it, but it is very important to strengthen the mechanisms that we currently have. But it is also important to create external auditing mechanisms. In this sense, the commission that is ongoing in the Catalan Parliament is a chance that we have to use. It will allow us to create an external mechanism to audit the police forces in Catalonia, not only the Catalan police, but also the local police forces. And this is a good example and a good chance that we should not miss. We will work hard to achieve this goal, and we will also work for the creation of a national auditing mechanism. We would like to have a very broad mechanism that could even include the judicial police or the forensic investigation that could be carried out by an independent body when it comes, for example, to injuries or caused by police officers. And we will work in this direction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much to all the attendees online. And now let's go for a coffee, please. I think that we could see one hand. That was reason. Is there somebody else? Well, just one question then. Hello, good morning. I heard that I think it was you, Anais, who mentioned the impunity. I wanted to say something related to this. And I wanted to see maybe if you see it the same way. In the transition, political transition after the dictatorship, after the death of the dictator, and with the amnesty law of the 1977, there was some continuity in the judiciary here in Spain. And this could maybe be one of the origins of this impunity that we are witnessing nowadays. Yes, absolutely. At Iridia, we have a specific line where we work with the recent historic memory, because we cannot detach the fact that there is an impunity nowadays from the impunity of the crimes committed during the dictatorship is still in force. There is a new law that is going to be passed shortly, but we see that when we report some cases in the courts, we should not forget that the torture committed during the dictatorship is a crime against humanity, which never goes overdue. So it should still be prosecuted. There is still another factor, that the fact that the time goes by, and many of the victims of these tortures have already perished, and some of the responsibles of committing these acts of torture are also passed away. So this thread that links the impunity of the dictatorship to the impunity that we see nowadays is, of course, existing. If it was not the case, there would be no problem to judge the people responsible of committing torture during the dictatorship. Carlos Vallejo, who is the president of the Association of the Prisoners of the Dictatorship, he said that while he was being tortured, the police officer said, "We are police officers today, and we are going to continue being police officers tomorrow when the democracy arrives." And this is just to set an example of how deep this footprint is in the current judiciary and police organization.
Ahora sí, ahora sí.
Madrid capital, estuve 3 años en Madrid con el marzo de la unidad de gestión de la diversidad y te estuve contando así a grosso modo y que bueno, tomo nota de todo y ya contactaré contigo más adelante para
Buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning and welcome to this next panel of this international conference organized here in Barcelona. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Iridia Novak and Radio International Spain for inviting us and for inviting me to moderate this panel, which is very special. It is not very common to sit together with police forces and civil society to discuss in these sort of spaces. And we deem this as a very special occasion and a very good practice if we can repeat it. I would like to present you the members of this panel. I'd like to start on my left. Alfonso Martinez is the head of the internal division of the Navarre Police Forces. Welcome. Then we have David Martin, who is local police inspector in Fuenlabrada and expert advisor at the Council of Europe. Welcome. And then we have Emilio Quevedo, who is a commissioner of the Mossos d'Esquadra, and Camilo Martinez, who is the executive officer of the Ertzaintza in the province of Álava. Welcome. Thank you very much to the four of you for taking part in this panel. This is very interesting for the civil society organizations. It is a very important space for the civil society organizations, but I also think that it is also important for you to overcome some of the problems that we have identified and to discuss some matters that are of common interest. Before I kick off, I'd like to organize this panel a little bit. We have another panel at 2 o'clock, or we have to break for lunch at 2 o'clock. And in order to address this matter of transparency and accountability, we will divide it in 4 pillars. First of all, the regulations on the use of force. Then we will talk about traceability in the use of weapons, the part of surveys of identification. We wanted to specifically know the experience of Fuenlabrada and the Catalan police with the project steps, and then also internal investigation procedures. And these will be the 4 main topics that we will cover to then have a discussion with all the people present. Before we launch the first questions related to the different blocks or to the different topics, I'd like to remind you that the organized civil society is addressing this topic of transparency and accountability. We tackle this debate not with a criminalizing approach, but just to ensure the good practices of the police forces and to avoid and to try to avoid impunity. Among the malpractices, or among the good practices, better said, we think that it is important to be able to carry out investigations, investigation procedures, and that the citizens are aware of the procedures that are taking place. This morning in the opening panel, we were talking about relevant matters such as the use of force, and we understand that we should have transparency and accountability measures that are independent. We will now move on to the first topic, which is the regulations that organize or that regulate the use of force. It was previously said that there is a lack of visibility or accessibility to the protocols that rule or that organize the use of weapons. This report also shows that some of these rules have been made public through the transparency portal or by answering some questions at the parliamentary commissions. But there is not a systematic practice of making these protocols and regulations public. The question would be, if when it comes to these protocols, what do you think? What is the criteria to make these protocols available for the general public? Can start with Alfonso, if you agree? Thank you very much for inviting us. We are very happy, very glad to be here with you and to be here. And thank you very much for involving us in the elaboration of this report. We have two levels. On the one hand, we have the instructions, which are very easy to make public because they are quite general. For example, abiding or complying with the law, and this is simple. But in the cases of proceedings or procedures, then things get a little bit more tricky because we want to describe everything to the slightest detail. There are several questions, for example, that arise because the circumstances may change. Thank you. We, at some point, well, this gets tricky because we will then be making public the way in which we proceed or in which we act. There is a strategic plan that goes on to 2023 for transparency and open government. This is one of the main pillars, and this is the pillar that on which we're working now. We currently do not make available any instructions or proceedings. Hello and good morning. First and foremost, at the end of the day, I am just a local police officer, and I'd like to speak on behalf of my group. And this is a very heterogeneous group because there are hundreds and thousands of local police forces. And each one of us has their own rulings and proceedings. And the law of we abide to laws, the national law for police forces and the local law or the local ruling. There is not such regulation, specific regulation. I was part of the local police force in Madrid, and I don't know if they have more specific regulations in this matter. For example, when it comes to the use of tasers, I think that there is a protocol when it comes to the use of tasers, but it is not public. And as far as I know, all the internal proceedings are not made public or accessible for the general public. Well, and then when it comes to control and oversight mechanisms, I think that there are very few police forces in Spain that do have such mechanisms. My opinion is that these mechanisms should exist. The use of force is quite simple, and it is quite clear. It is included quite clearly in the law when it should be applied. When a police officer, it is quite clear. It is stated quite clearly in the law when a police officer can apply the use of force or not. Good morning, everybody. And first and foremost, I would like to thank very sincerely the chance that has been given to us to take part in this international conference. It is not so common that we are invited in this kind of discussions. I saw that my colleagues do not have the simultaneous translation available right now. I don't know. I do not see them wearing the earphones for the simultaneous translation, and I don't mind continuing in Spanish, continue my presentation in Spanish. In our case, as I was saying, we have published 4 instructions and 1 protocol related to the use of force. They are public and accessible for the general public. The instruction for the use of fire weapons, the instruction for the use of weapons and tools used by the police officers. This last instruction is quite interesting, and I'd like to explain it a little bit further because it It sets the limits for the weapons or the tools that should be applied in when it comes to public order. The term weapons is quite controversial, but this instruction sets the limits of the kind of weapons or the kind of tools that can be used in police actions. There is also another instruction which is public that has to do with the personal identification number of the police officers when they're acting. This instruction, which was implemented in 2014 and was amended in 2020 to be able to achieve this 360 degrees visibility. It also states the use of the tasers. Finally, there is another instruction which is only partially made public, which is the protocol of the use of foam bullet weapons. It is not completely public, but it is also accessible for the general public. As David was saying, our position is the following. We want to enable the audit that has been mentioned in the previous panels, and it is therefore necessary that these rules and these protocols are made accessible for the general public. The limit is to be found in two aspects, I would say. What should be published and what should not be published. We think that only the things that are reasonable should be published. For example, if there are some technical rules that are not relevant in terms of the use of force, and also the other things that should not be published are the rules that could present harm or a danger for the security of the police officers. And besides or beyond these two criteria, everything else should be made public and should be made accessible for the civil society or for the society to have make it possible to audit the use of force. There are also internal procedures. And in this case, the discussion revolves not around what should be published or what should not be published. There is a different gradation, or there's different degrees of rules. We start with organic laws, and then we can finish with very specific and technical protocols. The thing here is to see how far we should get in making these protocols accessible or public. And this is, in my regard, the discussion.
Buenos días, Egunon.
Good morning. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us. It is always a pleasure to be part of this kind of events. We have been cooperating now for many years with this kind of organizations. And when it comes to the topic that we were discussing about whether to publish or not these protocols, I would like to mention a conference that was held in June, an online conference. I think that you are already oversight monitoring mechanism, and I'd like to give you a few ideas. You opened our eyes, if I may say so, because if we did not see how important it was to publish these kind of things. And we then saw that it was important for citizens to know what are the parameters that organize law enforcement. Then we reviewed the mission and values of the Basque police, and we could see that the word transparency was coming up quite frequently. Then we thought, well, if we are always saying that we are transparent, why should we not publish these kind of protocols? We should also publish all kinds of regulations. We created a task force. We are reviewing each order, each instruction, and we are now assessing which ones should be published and which ones should not be published. We have now come to the conclusion that the vast majority of them are going to be published, and these are all rules and protocols that can be interesting for citizens when it comes, for especially, to preserving their rights. What are the things that we do not want? We do not want to publish. For example, the kind of protocols or rules that could represent a danger for the police officers. This is what we're working on now. We hope to have finished this process by 2023, and we hope that all these protocols and regulations are published in our website so that any citizen can access them.
Generalizadas por aquí.
Thank you. I see that people are smiling. Well, there isn't a great impact. We have put in place some improvements already thanks to you and thanks to your work. Thank you. We are glad to hear that because this is part of this type of events. I wanted to ask Alfonso, when it comes to the police in Navarre, you can decide within this framework. And I was wondering whether you have been thinking about criteria. You are thinking about what regulation to publish or to make public. And I also wanted to ask about the publishing of the regulations, blacking out some parts that might not be relevant for the public. Maybe that would help the progressing to make available for the public almost all the documents that you have. Yes, I think that we have all shared the same idea in one way or another. The limitation is the following. It's protecting police officers. Other than that, I do not see any issue with that. We would be delighted to publish the materials. There are many proceedings, and we would need to create another commission and start working on it. We have a group who's working on it at the moment, and we haven't made any decision yet. Those are the limitations, making sure that police officers are protected. Other than that, we do not have anything to hide. Everything is public, right? Regulations are general. That's also true. We all know them. We all know exactly what they mean, but sometimes it's more complex. We are making efforts to put this in place, though. I think it's important to have this idea in mind that we should progress towards the publishing. In Catalonia, some regulations have been made available for the public, blacking out or concealing some of the parts that were not relevant in order to make sure that police officers would be protected. This allows the public to know at least part of the protocol or the regulation. So this is good news. We are progressing. We are taking your word for this, and we will ask you next time, how are you doing in this regard? So now we are going to talk about the second topic, which is traceability of the use of weapons and firearms. The report by Iridia, Novak, and Rights International Spain identify the different regulations regulating the police forces and the use of traceability systems. For example, having an identification system for the police officer using a specific gun, knowing when a gun has been used, in which circumstances, but the inform also shows that when it comes to legal proceedings, sometimes it is difficult to identify who was the police officer who used the gun that caused harm. I would like to know in your cases, how do you assess the system that you have in place, which is different in each case? What are you lacking and how can you improve? Sometimes we identify how to improve, but we have difficulties in improving the systems. So I would like you to briefly talk about that. We will now start the other way around. Okay, so in the Basque Country, we have different regulations for the use of guns. One will be dealing with firearms, fire guns. There are requirements that you need to meet in order to use a fire gun. Then there's also the fact that some of the police officer might be taken away some fire guns. For example, if someone in the force is on a sick leave for mental health reasons, that person would be taken away the fire guns. And the third one is on the control and use of anti-riot weapons. We saw that Instruction 73 regulated very well the traceability of the use of anti-riot weapon. However, if we publish the instruction but we do not have a monitoring mechanism in place, this is problematic. So if we go and check it after 7 months to see if this is enforced, we would see that it probably wouldn't. Therefore, we have worked in collaboration with the investigation units and other teams. We have also looked at gender violence, at ISO standards, and we are trying to comply with control qualities. We will try to make sure that Instruction 73 will be improved. We will include it in the quality system. So we talked to Euskarit, which is a company looking into quality controls in the Basque Country. So they offered us a system which is called a 5S system. This is to measure quality, and they use a methodology to establish a workflow. This mechanism enables you to trace the use of a specific weapon, who takes it, who uses it, who returns it. Has there been any issue with it? So what we are trying to do here is that we are using oversight mechanisms by auditing our process. So every 6 months, we are auditing the functioning of the bunker, and every 6 months, this company audits our processes. So we are interested in having an external party telling us if we're doing well or not, because when you are running an internal audit, you might regard things differently. This is very important for the AENOR certificates, and we, for example, are audited by AENOR every year, and if you do not comply with the requirements, then you're taken away the certification. That's why we have applied this methodology. So this helps us with the traceability of the guns, of the weapons, anti-riot weapons, and any weapons that we might use or any material that we might need to use. This is the experience we've had so far, and it has been useful. We have a little problem, but today I've heard a very good idea, which is the following. When we are using foam bullets, sometimes you may shoot from 4 different places, right? We'll always know who was the one who shot the bullet, and we'll know what gun one used. But how do we know which bullet hit a specific citizen? Well, we won't know that. But someone mentioned here that bullets should be identified, right? I think that's a great idea. If we can identify bullets individually, when we give these bullets to be used, we will know what was the bullet that impacted a specific person. We haven't been able to progress that much. We have regulated the traceability of the guns when it comes to providing the guns and the bullets. We have also regulated the use of munition whenever it comes to public order. But the good things about these meetings is that you always compare yourself to the rest of the partners, and you always find partners who have gone farther. So in our case, it's true to say that we haven't got an auditing process in place to ensure the oversight of these elements. However, as I was saying, we do have a regulation in place, and this is monitored by the commands. We can identify who is provided a specific gun. We can know who is provided a specific munition. And as my colleague said, this does not only apply to guns, shotguns, but also to other type of weapons that might be used. All of this is included in the regulation, and it's recorded. The difficulty, however, when it comes to traceability, is related to the traceability on the field. So when it comes to use and storage, I believe it's fairly simple from my point of view, but the problem is the traceability on the field. And there we need to talk about technology. There are limitations, and at the Catalan police, we are constantly trying to find a system that can help us reach the same level of control of the tasers. When it comes to shotguns, that's not available at the moment. We do not have a system that can automatically record the use of a shotgun. Or we do not have a specific chamber that can be automatically activated in specific situations. Technologically, unfortunately, there are limitations, but that doesn't mean that we are not constantly trying to improve traceability, right? The most feasible action is assigning individual cameras to each police officer acting within the public order. This will give us images when there are actions and when there's law enforcement on the field, which is, as I mentioned, the main problem that we are facing at the moment. Right, I would not want to repeat what I said before, but I wanted to highlight that we are the second police forces who have the largest number of police officers. So that's relevant. And I also want to mention that we use guns, but there's no regulation in place. So the thing here wouldn't be to have the commands taking a decision or making a decision, but we would need a regulation that would apply to everyone. That way we wouldn't need to depend on each criteria. From my point of view, the use of taser guns results in witnesses. So I think that we shouldn't go against this gun. A police officer needs to have something at hand to be able to overcome an opposition. They will use their hands first, and then they will have a fire gun. And we will need to reflect upon the fact that those might not be the right tools. Maybe we would need some elements in between that would enable protection before using a fire gun. Because what I see is that when someone uses a fire gun, the result is deadly. If we had other elements in place that wouldn't be as lethal as a fire gun, such as the less lethal weapons, for example, maybe we wouldn't be facing such severe situations. So here I think that we will start to think about what are the type of guns or weapons that police officers should have in order to stop a threat or someone that's threatening their life. We are working on the use of cameras, individual cameras. We have already looked at different models. We believe that it's an important way to audit the police actions. Besides the fact that each taser includes their own camera, there are other cameras that can be used in a way in which when a police officer is involved in a police action, the camera starts recording 30 seconds or 1 minute before the action. So you can see what happens before and after the action. So there is a specific action in place by which police officers can be punished if they haven't activated the camera accordingly. We need to look at how the weapon is used or the force is used, but I think it's important to have it recorded to see why and under which circumstances police officers used weapons or force. When it comes to the police in Navarre, we have a regulation on the use of guns. All sorts of guns are included in the annex, and that's made available to the public. We've got shotguns and all sorts of guns. It also regulates the use of guns. It also regulates the when guns are retired, for example. When it comes to the proceedings, we've got weapons that can be used individually and some can be used collectively. Others can be used to promote the protection of the citizens. Each police officer has a uniform. This uniform is identified. They usually have the identification on the vest. And we know who has a specific weapon. Whenever there's a change in the weapons used, we need to be informed of that. They also have specific munition, and this munition is assigned to each responsible group. So, how do we investigate a potential case? This is not automatic. It would be great if it was, but that's not the case. So what we do is that we check where does the munition comes from, who was the munition assigned to, and who used it. There hasn't been any case in which we found it difficult to advance. There's a policy in place, and we have needed to progress in this sense. We believe we are in a good position, right? If technology improves, it would be very effective to use body cams, of course.
You were all mentioning the personal cameras, which is something that all of the police forces think it is important. In the case of the Catalan police, you identified some difficulties related to technology. In Catalonia, there were some cases on court where the officer could not be identified, the specific police officer who fired the bullet, who caused injury that was reported and is being investigated on court. This, of course, generates a lack of protection for the victim. There is this very particular situation where the police force has caused the damage, has caused an injury, but it is impossible to identify who caused it. How can we move forward in parallel? What other alternatives do we have besides waiting for technology to solve part of this problem? The explanation that you were mentioning seemed to be easily solvable, but what are the alternatives that you are considering if this is not working? In our case, in the case of the Catalan police, we want to improve the internal investigations. I also want to clarify something. Whenever it has been impossible to identify the author of a possible malpractice, this is not due to a lack of effort from the Internal Affairs Division. Of course, all the different sources have been interviewed and heard. These are cases that are investigated on court, and we have done all the work necessary. Also, using our internal recordings and also external recordings and videos, and also by asking the officers or with the declaration of the officers. So this is not due to our lack of efforts that this identification was impossible. When some of these facts, some of these events occur, this is a situation that sometimes tends to be perceived as something very photographic, and these situations are indeed very dynamic. And in these dynamic situations, sometimes the identification of the author of the injury is quite complex. When you ask about technology, well, if we are able to regulate the use of personal cameras, well, it will be helpful for us. And it has also to do with the tasers. The general use of this kind of weapons has not caused any problems. And I think that this is the way we should follow in the case of the public order actions. I want just to make another contribution from another point of view, related to what you were mentioning. You were mentioning the less lethal weapons. I think that there are many organizations that are present here today. We understood that these less lethal weapons could be introduced, but always with some specific guarantees, because otherwise this would be just including new anti-riot tools without the necessary mechanisms to be able to control their use. At the beginning here in Catalonia, there was the inclusion of the camera that was activated when the gun was pulled out, and then this was not technically possible. They had to be activated manually, and these less lethal weapons should also include some guarantees for to preserve the citizens. It should be also made clear what are the contexts in which these new weapons should be included. Now we would move on to the next section, which has to do with the surveys of identification, with the project steps and also the project of the local police of Fuenlabrada. And this project worked as with the forms that they were delivering to the citizens to find out what was the police action, or what did the police action take place. So I'd like to know about your opinion, your experience. Do you think these are projects that could be implemented again? I don't know, how was your case, David? Maybe you could answer first. Well, for me, it was the starting point for all of this, because up to that moment, I had never thought about it. I had never thought about any kind of mechanism such as this one. The STEPS project, the Fuenlabrada police force, showed us that we had some profiling when it came to identifications. We were not identifying people in the same way. And this applies, of course, to the city of Fuenlabrada. We were recording the special physical features of people, so the phenotypes. And now in Fuenlabrada, if you go to a classroom of 6 and 7-year-olds, and I think you will only find 10% of white Caucasian pupils, because the rest of them are racialized pupils. So it isn't. It is not relevant now to have the forms where we include nationality. We could see, for example, that Moroccan national had up to 6 and 7 times, or was 6 or 7 times more likely to be stopped on the street than a person with a Spanish nationality. Another contribution that we could see from this project for the local police was that we could come closer to the Islamic community. Up to that moment, we were completely blacked out regarding the organization, the gatherings, etc. We could also come closer to them at a personal level, and this was translated into several actions within the local police force at Fuenlabrada. The police force had been designed or organized in a way where we were working for just a few. We wanted to work for majority, with the majority, which is the one that is holding the power, and we were not abiding our constitutional mandate, which was the free exercise of freedoms and rights. This was leading us to, little by little, going apart or drifting away from part of our population, which were the racialized people, with an intersectionality that had to do with their social and economical situation, but also with their age. For example, if you are young and your phenotype or the way in which you dress or your trend, and you are racialized, and if you are male, even more, the chances that you are stopped on the street are much higher than any other person who is not racialized. If it's a woman, women are less likely stopped on the street. And this led us to reflect on how we were doing things. Now we are working on changing our model. We have been working now for 15 years, not only nationally, but also internationally. And what I could see now is that this is a transnational and global matter. It happens to all police forces around the world. We work with profiles that belong to our way of understanding the world. And most of the times, they are wrong. And 90% of the times, these are close profiles, and they determine our behavior. This explains, or this can be explained, this can be explained if we see how human minds work. But the conclusion that we have reached, or the conclusion that I reached, but also the Commissioner of the Human Rights Council of Europe, is that we need to do training and sensitizing trainings and sessions to have an impact on the police forces and the way we act. Police forces are currently not devoted to protecting human rights, but they are working on prosecuting offenders. And this is what officers do on the street most of the times. If you are persecuting or when you are pursuing offenders, you are constantly working with conflict. So your ideas on a specific group or your preconceived ideas of specific groups, and then you immediately cast these people as outlaws. If these people if these people belong to a specific group, then you transfer or you understand that this is a behavior that could be extended to the rest of the group. We have to quit this model. We have to shift our model and focus more on the protection of human rights, so that the police officers, when they go on patrol, when they go on the street, they should not be hunting for suspects. They should not be trying to identify the different profiles. But what they should do is to try to identify where are the areas or what are the areas where people cannot exercise their rights with guarantees. And here we talk about hate crimes and other kinds of actions, sexual abuse, etc. We should now shift our approach. We should not be focusing on private property or the areas where cars are being robbed or things are being vandalized. But something that really catches my attention is that we sometimes we devote loads of resources to identifying robberies and assaults, and we have problems in devoting efforts in terms of staff and material resources to increase the teams to investigate crime offenses, for example. In this mix of ideas that I've mentioned, I think that this is what we're trying to implement in Fuenlabrada. This is going to be difficult, we know, but this is the path that we want to follow. At the end of the day, the identification form was just a system of accountability, but it does not go to the root of the problem. And this did not happen in Fuenlabrada, because in Fuenlabrada we still have the same kind of prejudices. We still do this profiling in the investigations. But in the United Kingdom, after many, many, many years of audit and stop and search found activities where they are publishing their data, this does not change. So police forces still work with some synergies and dynamics that should make the politicians see is that we need thorough change. We need to change the way in which we address these problems, and not only with identification, which is just the tip of the iceberg.
Bueno, yo no sé si añadir alguna cosa.
I don't know whether I should add anything at this stage. We are talking about something we have been piloting for 14 years. I did, although, want to highlight that I completely agree with the fact that this issue is related to the police model. If you apply a more reactive model or a preventive model, a model that is related to protecting rights, to protecting the most vulnerable groups, or if you are applying the classical role and old-fashioned role of police officers as a way of going after an offense or a crime. So I think this is very much linked to this idea. I would add, regarding the STEPS project, that when it comes to effectiveness, what this project showed is that this system, or the bias in identifying people, was less effective and therefore less efficient for prosecuting a crime. That was one of the clear conclusions of the project. I wanted to ask a question first, David. In Fuenlabrada, I assume that the project ended, or is it still ongoing? Yes, it is. For some time, I was somehow auditing or making sure that it was implemented. Because as you can imagine, there's some resistance within the staff members. There's resistance to, they oppose to using this form. Then I left and they stopped using the forms, and then I went back and I made sure that I implemented it. And from June, I have been on top of this and also overseeing other aspects. What we need to do is modernize it. I do not believe that we should audit or check nationalities, because even if we do not regard the ethnic profiling for gypsy communities, we need to make sure that we can identify those needed. Identifications usually affect young people. 70% of the identifications were done to people who were under 30. So if I want to be a drug dealer, for example, I know who my transporter would be, for example, because I know who the police wouldn't identify. But besides that, I wouldn't know what areas to go or not to go to. So I know how police officers in Fuenlabrada work. That allows me to correct actions. Something which is quite curious is that in Fuenlabrada, police officers would identify most people in those areas where most people of specific communities lived. And that didn't have to do with the criminality indexes or rates. So, for example, if a neighbor was highly populated by a specific community, they thought that that would lead to a specific criminality rate, but that wasn't the case. Police officers thought that a perpetrator could be in an area, but that indeed had happened in a different area. So, as you can see, police officers were working individually, and they were following discriminatory behaviors and prejudices, because at an individual level, police officers would go to a specific area. Besides, depending on the decade, the profile changes. I joined the police forces at the end of the 90s. Wow, that was such a long time ago. And we were always identifying junkies. But then we went to parks. Now we go to other areas where other communities live. So the profile doesn't change because perpetrators change. They change because you change your behaviors and your prejudices. There are biases, and that changes profiling. From another point of view of the criminology, for example, we can look at individual behaviors that can affect the whole organization. This is because a senior police officer will influence the behavior of a young police officer. So you have a set of ideas in your mind and values, and you will share that with the younger police officers. And all those things that we all think we will do when we join the police forces might not happen then. We need to make sure that we manage individual conflicts and their rights as well. We are trained. We need to be able to shoot well, or perfectly well, I would say. We need to be able to defend ourselves. But in some cases, we do not have the knowledge needed. And I'm sorry because I stopped talking about the STEPS project. Before we move on to the next point, I wanted to ask Alfonso. Thais mentioned before that everyone got excited when they found out that there's a law in Navarre, but then they saw that it wasn't implemented. Yes, that's true. The law is available from 2018, so it's quite recent. It is still being developed in the sense of how to implement it. It looks at the functioning of the police forces. We run audits of 2 audits per year, and we saw specific problems. Whenever we see a problem, we report it. We reinforce instructions and we create reminders, because sometimes we see that we are not complying with the requirements. And this is not that we see that we are not complying with the law. We haven't been able to reach the point that we would wish to. And in order to add to what David was saying, I have to say that you have a lot of information. And I wanted to ask you, don't you think the issue is the society? So sometimes we go to a place because we receive a call from the citizens. And it turns out that we go to check specific areas because we receive phone calls. So I believe this is also an issue of the whole society, that prejudices are in the whole society. Yes, that's true. We are part of the society ourselves, aren't we? So if I don't wear my uniform, I'm part of the society. In fact, the Catalan police and the local police in Girona did determine, and that's something we want to do, they determined 2 identifications, the directed one and the not directed one. Sometimes we receive a call saying that there's a group of young people sitting on a bench doing something strange. If a police officer decides by himself or herself to identify a person, it's not exactly the same. If a police officer decides by their own initiative to identify someone, is because they think that the person is carrying out an offense. So very often I see random identifications, and those cannot happen. Identifications need to be justified by real threats. Some police officers think that they have a superpower. So they wear the uniform and they can fly and they can identify anyone. And that's not the case. So this is a big effort, personally. And I think that we need to monitor intermediate commands, because I can be sure that those supervisors that are on top of me will understand the idea. But those officers that are below my position will present opposition to these systems. So we need to monitor their actions. We need to understand that identification means intervening and breaking someone's personal data protection. So when a police officer from another country comes here and see the way we act, they can be surprised. But that's because for them, that's not the case. They would need to follow a different proceeding to break into a car, for example. Some police officers from other countries were surprised to see how far we could go. So I think that it's true. Any police force is adapting to the society they are serving. Spain, if we compare the Spanish model to others, we have a high number of police officers, and we love uniforms. So that means that we like police officers to wear a uniform. In the UK, for example, police officers do not always wear the uniform because they believe that if someone wears a uniform, can act directly. They will identify someone directly. They will see an offense and they will identify the person. In Japan, for example, police officers would ring at the door of someone. Here, if that happens, people wouldn't be happy about it. So each society has a police model. What I do not like is that we are not modern enough. And I believe that our laws should be updated. I believe that the law was created in 1986, and we are still using the same workflows. So I think that we should update that. We are in 2022. Our society has changed completely. It has nothing to do with the society in the past. We are welcoming migration movements, and we need to be aware that migrants will come and stay in our country. And our profile is diverse and racialized. So therefore, we need to try to protect our society.
Thank you very much, Carmelo. I don't know if the Basque police has addressed this issue. Well, we have a service order that regulates the identifications and the body rates. They will be recorded in a document. It's going to be recorded in the control center, and it's going to ask about the motivations, if there were any things that were found on the person, etc. If that person is taken into custody, is going to receive a document which explains what are the reasons that motivated his or her transfer to the police office, to the police facilities. Then they will also, the policeman will have to fill in a form about the reasons and motivations. This is about the police model at the end of the day. What should be put first? Trying to catch the perpetrator? Should we first uphold the rights of the citizens or of the victim? During the pandemic, I set the agents under my rule. When you go out there, you are not trying to find perpetrators. Your goal here is to avoid new infections. It is preferable to tell the citizens what are the consequences of not following the rules or not following the instructions, and just trying to catch perpetrators is the last thing we should do. And this is an approach we should all change. And we should make very clear to the police officers on the street what they should do. In an academy, you are trained about how to aim your fire weapon, and you are not trained about managing your emotions. If we got more training on emotion managing or management, we would be more we would better manage our emotions in a tense moment, and we would be able to identify the emotions of the people we are dealing with, and then this would avoid to inappropriate behaviors. So it is a matter of thoroughly changing the approach and changing the idea of what is our duty. Thank you very much. I think that the project steps and the general impression of the impact that a local police can have on other police forces, because not everything goes top down, but it can also go bottom up. Like, for example, this case of the police in Fuenlabrada. The last section of this panel, which is also very interesting, has to do with the internal investigation mechanisms. In the report presented today by our colleagues, they were discussing the different mechanisms or the different instruments to investigate malpractices in each police forces. And I wanted to use this time to ask you, what are the internal investigation mechanisms of the police forces that you belong to? I want to hear if you think that they are efficient, if they are enough or not, and what is the room of improvement? What are the difficulties that you are facing to improve these kind of mechanisms? How can you tackle these hurdles to overcome the problems that you have identified? Well, to start, I'd say that the mechanisms that we have are not enough. We work a little bit on demand. We have a problem with the audits. We are conducting some audits, but they are not enough. This allows us just to have a broad or a rough image of our organization. And the only tool that we have are the reports, the complaints of the citizens. And here we are seeing that there is an increase in this kind of complaints. And this is a tool which is very useful for us to analyze the perception of the citizens about our police force. We have seen great shortcomings. Well, the truth is that we have not. We also have to respond to the ombudsman, which is also a tool that is used quite often. And this is all that I have to say regarding the information. Do we think that this is enough? No, it is of course not enough. We should be more proactive and more vigilant. We should closely look at the things with other kinds of mechanisms, because of course our problems are that we are short in staff and we have a high workload, but we are all in all satisfied with the general ethical health of the Navarre police force. And as I said, the only mechanisms that we have are the sources of information that I've just mentioned. Now, well, we are a very small police force. We know that other kind of autonomic or regional police forces do have their internal affairs divisions. We do not have one. And what we do is whenever there is an internal complaint, there are two things that can happen. They can be prosecuted or not. And if they are not prosecuted, then there is the command of the unit who starts an administrative procedure, which can end up in a disciplinary sentence or sanction. If there is a severe violation or a severe disciplinary infraction, well, there is another investigation, because at the end of the day, we are a very small group and we have personal links that do not allow us to make an objective investigation. What we're doing now is that we are creating an external commission which is aimed at overseeing the police actions. We want that the associations in Fuenlabrada and the civil society can oversee our actions. In the United Kingdom, for example, these are retired police officers or judges that supervise or oversee or monitor our actions or our work. We also want to create an ethical committee, and here I do not mean the deontology committee, but it is more something like entity that includes not only police officers but also private citizens that can help us to improve some proceedings or some procedures. There was a discussion when I was in the local police force in Madrid to do with the raids and stopping trans people, for example, who has to do this kind of personal raid, or who has to stop trans people on the street, because, of course, it is controversial. And this was a very good experience for me, because it was something that we could maybe then later implement in Fuenlabrada. We are one of the few police forces that have a protocol of interaction with trans people. The police officer knows then, has some rules, some instruction about how to deal with trans people when doing a body search or stopping someone on the street. And this has to do with moral aspects that we have in our minds. We did this protocol together with an trans association, Trans People Association, who is also helping us to improve the terminology used in our publications. We now learned how to draft our reports for non-binary people. And this is something that is agreed with the judges at Fuenlabrada, so that it does not pose a problem in the preliminary investigations on court. There are some hurdles, and they are real. But there is, for example, when you want to talk about trying to find solutions for real problems, when you start discussing these kind of things, you may usually see that solutions are simpler than you thought. And when you explain to the rest of police officers, and the advantage in our case is that we are a very small police force and the changes can be implemented more easily. And I know them all very well. We are a very small police force, and sometimes I do not have problems in conveying this kind of information. These kind of mechanisms are important, and the contribution of citizens is one of the key elements. The fact that they can be part of shaping the security policies in our city is something that we deem very positive, because it is very unlikely to have security experts in city councils, because the decisions made in city councils are made on the expertise of police officers and police commands. If we start including citizens in this kind of decision-making, and if we involve them in shaping the kind of police they want to have, we will very likely improve our mechanisms, also when it comes to accountability, audit and transparency, and public policies.
Bueno, en el caso de Mossos.
When it comes to the Catalan police, I am going to talk about internal mechanisms, but also about external ones when it comes to investigations or oversight mechanisms. Internally, the two units are directly in touch with the oversight mechanism, and that's the Internal Affairs Unit, which has nothing to do with the rest of the staff. That unit is well known, and they are in charge of investigating malpractice by the police force. Obviously, they are very much related to the cases that are prosecuted. In some cases, the unit supports legal proceedings. This always depends on the wish of the judges. And then we've got the Service Assessment Unit. This unit is responsible for auditing and drafting reports on the functioning of different police services. These are the two formal units that are directly connected to this question. However, I wanted to highlight something that David mentioned before. I wanted to talk about the essential role of what we would call the intermediate scale. So the link between the body, the force, and the basic level at an operational level. We believe that one of our first objectives should be to make an effort to work with the intermediate command, because that can be key to ensure that the oversight mechanisms for malpractices work well. Externally, I believe that we can also talk about some mechanisms if we have the time. When it comes to the Catalan police, we could refer to several elements that we use for oversight. We've got the Catalan Ombudsman. We've got the Civil and Political Rights Body, the Committee for the Prevention of Torture, and organizations such as the ones that have organized this conference that focus on human rights and that we believe are essential in the oversight and monitoring of the police forces. I did not mention that before, but at the opening panel, we had Ms. Dulot-Sabaté, which is the chair for the Commission of the Study of the Police Model. And her work has to do with what we're talking about, and the conclusion of that commission will very much have to do with the actions that we will be able to implement at the Catalan police. Besides, I think there's an important element to bear in mind. The study commissions, if we compare it to that that was carried out in 2013, as Ms. Dulot-Sabaté mentioned, is focusing on the police model. And I believe that's right. As I said before, there's a clear relationship. Thank you. Well, in the Basque Country, we have included oversight mechanisms and accountability mechanism in Chapter 3. And there's Article 13 that talks about the oversight of the mechanisms, and there's a commission on for accountability. There are bodies that are not part of the Basque police, but are external to it. Therefore, we are audited by external parties. The complaint agency will do the following. If a citizen complains, we will receive information. The police station will receive a specific complaint, and the head of the police station will need to get in touch with the person that put forward the complaint to see what's the situation, what were the reasons behind the complaint, what happened, and will need to talk to the officer that was involved in the case. They will also need to draft a report including what happened. The citizen who puts forward the complaint might say something, and the police officer might say the opposite. What do we do then? That's an issue. Currently, we have piloted the body cams. As I mentioned before, we have approved the body cam project, And we are going to use them not only for public order, but also to assess the patrol's work. This will help us determine who's right when we receive a complaint. We will be able to see how the police action took place, and we will be able to decide if the action of the police officer wasn't compliant with the rules. Then we've got the Oversight and Transparency Commission, which is another independent body. And this body can investigate independently any action by the Basque police. We also have the Internal Affairs Unit or division. This division will assess the actions that are not compliant with the law. And then we've got Instruction 86. That's to systematize the actions that create a social impact. If you know that the police action will have a social impact, if let's say you know that a person is involved and that person might be harmed or might pass away, and this will lead to a local crisis, the head of the unit at a local level will need to activate the investigation and will need to decide what actions need to be carried out. If there's an event or an issue that is not compliant with the law, the Internal Affairs Division will need to be involved. So we won't wait for anyone to put in place a complaint. No, we will assess the situation from the very beginning. And we will start acting at the moment. Then we also have the regional ombudsman, we have organizations such as RIS, we have the government, the regional government, and I did want to say to David that regarding the relationship with transgender people, when it comes to arrests, we have been including a policy on how to deal with transgender people for years now. We know how to deal with transgender people, and we know that we will always need to deal with them according to how they consider themselves and not according to what the ID card says. So we'll always treat them based on how they feel. If someone has an ID card that says Louise, but that person identify themselves as a woman, we will use the name that they will indicate. We will always take statement using that, and we will always treat that person based on the condition that they have indicated. Yes, thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify that we also have a specific protocol for transgender people. Right. There are 10 minutes left. I have a few questions, but I would first like to give the floor to the audience to know if there are any questions on anything we have mentioned during this panel. Now there isn't a coffee break, so you need to stay here and make questions. Can you please raise your hand if you have a question? Hello. I have 3 questions. The first for the Navarre police representative. You mentioned that you do not need mechanisms for tracing anti-riot weapons because there hasn't been issues. I want to ask, when will you consider it necessary to have this kind of mechanisms? Do you want to wait for someone to be tortured in order to put these mechanisms in place? My second question has to do with the defense of the less lethal weapons put forward by the representative of the local police in Fuenlabrada. Could you please talk about the evidence behind this? The reports by the civil society are clear enough. They go against the use of these kind of weapons. It's been shown that less people pass away because of these weapons, but how far should we go? How many people can be damaged by these kind of weapons. We are all very excited to defend a model which should defend human rights, and that's fantastic because it's a very important issue, but I haven't seen the same enthusiasm when it comes to the proposal that less lethal weapons should be used, regardless of the number of deaths that this may cause. Do you consider other scenarios, such as a specific selection of a team that can mediate, for example, or having observers at protests, for example? Do you also consider having training for the police officers, not only on human rights, but also those that give them certificates that will help them comply with the law and will help them learn about contention protocols that might protect the integrity of a person without the use of weapons? And the last question is directed to the Catalan police. Do you also apply the same enthusiasm to this action as well? So my last question for the Catalan police is that you mentioned that the internal protocols are efficient, and whenever you have not been able to identify an agent or a police officer, when they were using a less lethal weapon, it is because you couldn't. So I understand that you collaborate with the judiciary. I want to know whether that was the case for Esther Quintana, the Minister for Home Affairs. You denied having been there and having shot the gun. So I would like to know what was the case then. Did you collaborate with the judiciary in that case too? Thank you. Okay. 3 people have raised their hand. Let's let them ask their question, then you go back, and then you can have 3 other questions.
Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for answering the questions also. I have several questions, but I will focus in one specific aspect, in one thing that we agree, I think. We agree in the diagnosis, but I don't know if we agree in the solution, which is the importance of the intermediate commands when it comes to monitoring and overseeing the use of force. It is, in fact, necessary, and the question is, what is going to be done in this regard? I would like to know if there's any initiative in sight, because in our case, at Iridia, all the cases that we have currently, I think we are now defending about 58 cases. We have 58 cases, I think. In none of these cases, and neither in the cases that we had before, and in the case that I had before founding Iridia, none of these cases, the higher command of the officer in question had or started trying to establish the responsibilities to try to determine whether it was misbehavior from this officer or not. There were no disciplinary measures in place, or there was no investigation. In the cases where we have gone to court, which is something that is quite difficult right now because the intermediate commands do not identify the officers either. They claim they do not know which officer did do the action. And in this case, one thing is to defend the accused officer, because there is a right to defend, of course, and they can even lie when trying to preserve their defense. But the other officers, when they are witnesses in this proceeding, they are in danger of committing an offense because they are not allowed to lie. I would like to know, well, this is something that we think it is very important, and we would like to know whether this is one of your working lines. And then another small question, if I may. It is very interesting, the work carried out at Fuenlabrada when it comes to identifications of racialized people, and because we understand also that nationality is not a criterion enough to stop someone on the street. This happens when it comes to rates, for example. There is a legal limit. For example, it is not legal to create databases based on phenotypes. This is not legal at a European level nor at Spanish level. And in this case, in England, these are things that are carried out very naturally. So I'm not going to defend these databases to be created, but I don't know. I would like to know how you were seeing or how you were thinking of overcoming this problem. I would try to focus on only 3 questions of the many questions that I have. The first one for the Catalan police representative. Traceability of weapons, especially shotguns. And I said already that none of the officers could ever be identified whenever there were shots, events that caused severe injuries. And you mentioned that you do not do audits like other police officers, which would be maybe an interesting mechanism, but you have a very good regulation of traceability. Maybe the problem was to be found on the ground. You say that when it comes to internal control mechanisms from the Internal Division of Internal Affairs, you have all resources available to carry out investigations. But here, this leads me to a question which has to do with your superior, with the hierarchical superior, because there is something included in the protocols. The mechanism, this include the use of technology, but the officer that fires the gun should report to the higher commands why they shot and when. Do you do it? Because in criminal procedures, it has always been claimed that this was not possible to trace. And this contradicts the moment when these weapons can be used, when which is when there is a danger or a threat on the physical security of the agent. But when there is one of these events, then there is no record of the use of these weapons. So there is a shortcoming in this regard. And the internal divisions of asks the higher commands, but and I would like to know if there is sanction initiated to these higher commands because they were not able to start or identify the officers who fired the firearms. Then another question for the Basque police or other police forces. And related to the body cams. This is also a discussion that we have in our organizations, and we do not have a very clear position on that because it also create many doubts. But the question would be, how should they be regulated? Who is going to activate the cam? Who decides when this cam is activated? What do these cams record? So what are the images that they record? Is it a wide frame, a short frame? Who is going to save these images? Who is going to hold these images or have them or store them, and what mechanisms are there to be implemented to ensure the rights of the citizens? The agent should activate the cam when an event happens, and if this is the case, what should we do if the agent does not activate the cam? Is they going to have a sanction? Are they going to be sanctioned? Who's going to control whether they are doing things properly or not? And then regarding the local police, I'd like to mention many things, but I'm going to focus only on 2. I understand that the case in Fuenlabrada does not apply because these are two very different things as it is as local police. But in the report, we could see that the role of the mayor or the city council or the chief of the local police is a very wide power, and it is very difficult to undertake these control mechanisms, because we understand that these local police forces do not have these internal affairs divisions. We are very worried about the fact that there is a lack of external control of the actions of local police forces. I would like to know whether you think if this is some a legitimate concern, and how you would what solution would you see for that? And then the external committee, regarding the external committee that you have mentioned, I'd like to ask you, what are the features that these kind of committees should include to be able to work effectively? Well, let's see how we're going to answer to all of these questions. Well, the other people who had raised their hands, well, please think what is the question that you want to ask, because we are very short. We have very short time. There are many questions, and maybe in the answer you can address all questions that have been asked. And related to the body cams. Once they are implemented in the Basque Police, we are going to issue a regulation that is going to give specific instructions to how they should be used, how the images recorded should be used, and this is all going to be regulated. If it comes to the case, well, the agents are the ones that are going to activate the camera. Once the camera is activated, it's going 30 seconds before the activation are going to be recorded. This is prepared to be a shot or a frame that includes only the person in front of the agent. It should not record images of people that are around the action. So what happens if an agent does not activate the camera? Well, the chief of that unit is going to have to write a report explaining why this camera was not activated and what are the consequences. Well, if it happens several times, if this happens several times with one officer, then it will be also regulated what are the sanctions that will be applied to this officer, because this is not something that they can choose personally what they want to do with the cams. I will try to answer all the questions. I think I will make an effort to remember all the questions. Well, the first question, I think, had to do with the case of Mrs. Esther Quintana, who lost an eyeball during a demonstration. I will not mention, or I will not comment on any specific cases, and I will not comment on the declarations of the Minister of Home Affairs of that time, because this is not my duty. And this is also a case that I do not directly know, and I will not talk about it. This name, less lethal weapons or less harmful weapons, well, this is some terminology used by the United Nations in their terminology for the use of this kind of weapons. Well, then related to the intermediate commands, nowadays there is no specific action related to these intermediate commands. Here I was not referring to the intermediate commands in public order, but in general, because we talked about the police forces, and what I was thinking of is that when applying a police model, this hierarchical scale is relevant and significant, because if from the political direction of the police force, there are several instructions, but these have to be concretized in specific actions or behaviors, this intermediate hierarchical scale is relevant. This does not translate necessarily in a specific action plan or in a specific action. Then there was also a question, if I'm not mistaken, related to the facts where it was not possible to identify the authors or the agent officers who fired the shotgun. And the question was if there was some files or some internal procedures against the immediate superiors. These cases, cases that are more severe, they are all investigated by the court, and there is a preliminary court investigation. And here it is the judge who says who has to be investigated and who was responsible. Without knowing the details, I think that the Internal Affairs Division has to follow the instructions of the judge in this case. Just to clarify something, in the Basque police, for example, when you're about to fire a foam bullet, you cannot fire it unless you have the authorization of the command of that unit. No officer is allowed to fire the gun unless they receive a direct order of that unit. So there is the responsibility of the command in this case. Yes, I also wanted to add something related to this. We are seeing more and more that the public order actions in the case of the Catalan police, we are devoting more and more efforts to try to constrain the autonomy of the actions on the ground. This means that obviously the use of this kind of weapons should be used in very exceptional cases, and they always require the authorization of the General Director of the Police, who is present in the coordination center. The use of this kind of weapons is not a use that can be done as any officer wishes. And we are devoting a significant amount of efforts in working in the line of improving our technology devices so that the coordination center has a better image or a better global picture of what's going on to make the right decisions. The idea here is to provide this coordination center with truthful information and real-time information to make the right decisions. This does not mean that there is a lack of trust or that they do not trust the agents on the street or on the ground, but it means that these decisions that can be very critical should be made or should be assumed by the high commands and should not be assumed by the commands on the ground. All right. I don't know if I can remember all the questions.
I have never talked about the right to protest. I have talked about safeguarding the physical integrity of third parties or the integrity of police officers. I open the debate, of course, but I have my own opinion. Do I need to go from defending myself to using the fire gun? That's the debate I wanted to initiate here. I was talking about emotional content. I was talking about different options. We should all consider them. What I say is that nowadays the tools that we have are either used to defend ourselves or use a fire gun to do that. So what can happen if we use these weapons to reduce the risk, such as a baton, for example? That can lead to deadly consequences. In Spain, we've got a specific model which entails keeping the perpetrator far away. I'm talking about protests with quarrels. I am also taking into account the recommendations by the Council of Europe. I know that the right to protest is a fundamental right, and we need to protect it. As far as I'm concerned, and by my experience in Madrid, when you are going to a protest, you should be protected, because that's another fundamental right. When it comes to comparing how police forces work, in the Mediterranean we have similar models, Italy, Spain, etc. These are models that use a specific way. If I have a group of protesters who are about to create a quarrel, I am going to have a larger number of police officers acting then. In the UK, the first Molotov cocktail was used in the 80s. We are living in different kinds of societies, and therefore, what I am saying is that police officers are allowed and have a right to protect themselves. So, if they need to decide between using a defense and the use of a fire gun, there must be something, an intermediate tool that can allow them to work. So, I always say that to my colleagues. If someone comes at you with a knife, run away. Just run away. When it comes to the case in the UK, well, we need to think about the fact that we have people informing. So liaison officer, at least in the UK, is not working as it should. From my point of view, if you are fighting for the right to protest and you're ready to go to war, so to say, this won't help reduce the tension. If I enter a conflict, you won't reduce the aggression. You need to start being less aggressive. But that's my personal opinion. I do not agree with mass contention processes that are used in Spain. I do not, support any kind of method by which people should be put away with specific methods. What I say is that if there's a threat, a real threat to the physical integrity of a police officer, we should protect them too. Next question. We need to protect witnesses. You go to a trial, and if you give your statement, you do it in front of your colleagues. And that's a problem, because on the next day, you go to work. Your colleagues will not treat you the same way. You will need to receive psychological support. So before, you were completely accepted by your colleagues, and the next day you're rejected by them, you are threatened. They will try to say that you're not professional enough. I have read several articles that state lies about myself. And when it comes to the details, I do believe there is a possibility. We should use data that can only allow us to have statistical information. What you need to do is to make sure that you know that you identify a specific number of people from a specific community. And then you need to work out how many of those people were real threats or not. I do not want to know if a specific person belongs to a specific community or religion. We need to use the technology to support our work, and we need to have a budget in place, of course, because that's how forces work in other countries. When it comes to the role of mayors or the chief of the police, I wasn't the one creating the local regulations for the local police. I have seen many cases in which there's a high level of bad relationships. And I have seen situations in which people have been attacked and they had nothing to do with the mayor or the chief of the police. I believe that if we look at how to prevent the radicalization of specific groups, we need to look at examples such as Brussels and Paris. There you will see that what applies at a local level can also be used for the whole society. It starts in a neighbor and it goes to the whole city. So I would focus on neighborhoods and the local level. And that should lead to a common rule on what should be the internal oversight mechanisms. And regardless of who you are, whether you are the Ministry of Home Affairs or anyone, you will need to comply with this rule. And there must be oversight by the judiciary and by external committees. The external committees need to have executive skills and capacities. I'm not sure if there's any representative here of the Ombudsman, but I believe that you can send many recommendations, but if I never follow the recommendations, then we need to take a step further, right? So the Commission needs to have an executive capacity. They need to be able to change the behavior. It's good to have recommendations, but we are, at the end of the day, doing a human rights washing, but in fact, we are not complying with the law. That's essential for me. It needs to be legally binding. I think I've answered all questions. Before moving on to the last intervention, I am sorry, but we won't have another round of questions because our colleagues have been working for half an hour. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their work. So now you won't have the chance to ask more questions. The panelists will have lunch, and those that come back for the afternoon session, please come back at 4 o'clock to start the next session. Right, I will be brief, and apologies for the delay. Maybe I didn't explain myself well enough. We thought we had identified the whole process. All police forces have a vest that is clearly identified on the front, at the back, and then the helmet is also identified. So obviously this can be improved. What I tried to say before is that we haven't seen any cases in which there were issues with the system. That's why we are satisfied. There must be issues, I'm sure of that, but we believe that the system itself works pretty well. We will also implement other actions. There's an IT system that regulates everything. There are cameras. They are charging. They are used. And then once they are put back in the charger, the images are downloaded right then. And that's what we are going to control. We need to have a trace. When we go to criminal proceedings, for example, we are going to extract the images. We are going to download them before the system deletes these images, and we will save them, and we will give them to whoever is relevant. The process is clearly identified because the IT system makes sure that this happens. If someone changes something, there is a trace of that. We have clear instructions on how to use the system. We know who need to activate the cameras, when should we not activate the cameras, for example. The commands need to determine that if the camera was activated and it shouldn't have, they need to request the images to be deleted. This is all included in the instructions. We will pilot this method and then we'll improve it. But I believe the IT system allows for us to cover many of these issues. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your participation. I am sorry that some questions were left unanswered. Thank you. I hope that you have very fruitful ideas out of this debate and panel. And I would like to thank the colleagues here and also the civil society for your proposal. Have a bon appetit for the lunch, and we will see you back at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Vamos a empezar. Gente que está en el ICAP en Barcelona.
Yeah, sorry. Now, the link that you have now is the Spanish one, and now they're going to send you the English one.
Gente que está en el ICAP en Barcelona.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, I will just have a brief introduction in Spanish, very brief, and then I will switch to English. Bueno, primero de todo, bienvenido.
Well, first of all, welcome to this fourth panel of the Conference for the Transparency and Accountability of Police Forces. We have a panelist who has joined the face-to-face meeting. So we're sharing the solidarity with you, and the rest of the panelists are joining the meeting online, so remotely. The panel will be mostly in English, which will allow the debate between experts, but as you know, we are relying on simultaneous interpretation. Before I start to talk about the topic and the panelists, I would like to congratulate Iridia, Novact, and Rights International Spain for the launch of the report. This is an excellent report, and I strongly recommend that you read it if you're interested in the topic, both in terms of what is going on in Spain or internationally, because it includes many recommendations of good practices on accountability. So it's a unique report, I would say. I will now switch to English to introduce the topic and the panelists. But we will have 2 rounds of Q&A. And after the Q&A, you can also ask your questions. First, there will be a half an hour. Then we'll have some minutes for the first Q&A. And then we will do the second round, and then we'll do the conclusions. That will make the panel more dynamic, and I will ask different questions to each panelist.
In today's panel, we will devote 90 minutes or around to look into the role and importance of external and independent oversight mechanisms from a compared and international perspective. It is actually the panel devoted to external independent oversight mechanisms, because during this 2-day conference, we also have panels devoted to internal mechanisms, to the role of civil society, the role of ombudsman. So this is a specific session on these independent external mechanisms that we can call oversight, investigative, complaint mechanisms, but well, you'll also clarify these different terms. So it is a great honor to moderate this session with such an impressive lineup of experts and practitioners from across the globe. And before the introductions, I would just like to outline how relevant is also today's topic against a backdrop of very worrying levels of police violence at the global level, where almost no country can be spared. So at OMCT, we receive reports of excessive use of force, including torture and treatment on a daily basis. And I was actually just reading today the news and came across this death of a black man last night during while he had a mental health crisis, he was schizophrenic, and he was shot 38 times by the Detroit police. So, and this can be the US, but also, we could go on with examples from any other region of the world. So at the Spanish and Catalan level, this discussion is actually all the more important, given that there's been also multiple international and national bodies that have urged to improve transparency and investigations into cases of police brutality as a very important deterrent to prevent incidents of these cases. So actually in the last to put an example, in the last review of Spain by the UN Committee Against Torture, that it's a bit old, but I believe it's still pretty much in force or when it comes to, or valid when it comes to the conclusions. The committee says that it's seriously concerned over reports that the Spanish authorities failed to carry out prompt, effective, impartial, and thorough investigations into complaints of torture and ill treatment. And there's also little effort to prosecute alleged offenders. And the committee fears that such practices will foster a culture of impunity among law enforcement officials. So that's why the committee urges the state party to combat impunity by having an independent mechanism to carry out those investigations. Reports that the Spanish authorities failed to carry out. So this is also why this panel is key for the promotion of steps towards increased transparency and accountability today in Spain. And without further ado, I would like now to introduce our 5 speakers, and then we will kick off the discussion with them and with the public. So first of all, we have, it's by order of appearance, of intervention. So Hamish Campbell, since 2013, he's been the Assistant Commissioner of Independent Commission of Investigations in the COM in Jamaica. And before that, he held for almost 4 decades, or a long time, high-ranking positions as detective, chief, and superintendent, and many things in very complex and large police investigations in the UK. So today, after almost 10 years of expertise within the COM and all the previous expertise, so we have the pleasure to have him on this panel to listen from this experience from in the COM, which we consider could be kind of one of the positive examples that there's a lot to learn from. So we also have with us today, and it's a pleasure to welcome Sean Tate, who is the Executive Director of the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum, APCOF, a non-governmental organization working on issues of police governance and accountability in Africa. He's a board member of the African Security Sector Network and other expert committees on security sector and reform. Under his leadership, APCOF has worked with the African Union's Department of Peace and Security to develop to promote codes of conduct with the codes of conduct, with the Pan-African Parliament on the development of a model law for police in Africa. And there's a long list of collaborations and reports, also including like active involvement and work with the South African Independent Police Investigative Director, the Kenyan Independent Policing Oversight Authority, and other complaint mechanisms. We have also Masha Lisitsina today with us. She's a friend, and she also works at she works at the Open Society Foundations. So now she's in the justice section of the global programs as a senior program manager on security and democratic freedoms, correct me if I'm wrong. And before she was for a long time also senior managing legal officer in the accountability division, where she led an impressive number of initiatives, reports involving support to litigation advocacy to improve protection from torture, prompt criminal justice reforms. She has been involved in human rights defense since the 90s, a long time. And among the reports she's authored, there's this major report that today we will refer to, Who Polices the Police, which was published in 2021. A must read for today's session. We also have Luciana Paul, who is the person with you personally, physically today. He's a sociologist from the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. She's a senior fellow in security policy and human rights at the Center for Legal and Social Studies in Argentina, CELS. She has coordinated the Institutional Violence and Public Safety program, where she has conducted research on security policies, use of force, social protests, violence, women in prisons, etc., and drug policies. And currently she focuses on international work and advocacy, where she coordinates an emergency legal assistance project in cases of protest in Latin America. And she's also the team leader of the protest rights and policing pillar at the International Network of Civil Liberties Organizations. And I'm also excited and very pleased to have with us Alberto Gillespie. I hope I pronounced correctly. Alberto Gillespie joined us today from the city of Minneapolis, where she's the director of the Civil Rights Department. She has always been motivated and very committed to tackling the issue of racial disparities and police brutality in the United States. That's also what it triggered her engagement in politics for nearly 2 decades, and many kind of leadership initiatives that she has promoted, particularly also involving women. So the killing of George Floyd in 2020 push her even to go further and to be more active and to lead a charge of 40 Black women to run for office, but has been involved for years in a number of initiatives led by civil rights organizations to fight racism, gender inequality, discrimination, and to also get the communities more involved in very important issues of security. And she has also been board member of different initiatives, but also the founder of the Black Women Rising and candidate running for a House of Representatives on behalf of, from the Minnesota state. So again, it is a great pleasure to have you with us today, and I'm very excited to moderate this panel, and we will start the discussion. And also feel free to ask questions to each other, or let's try to make this an interactive panel. So I will start with Hamish. I would first of all like to kind of set a bit the scene and to also learn through a specific country and situation to the question of why do we think that independent oversight mechanisms are important. So I would like to ask you, under which circumstances, why? What's the background behind INDECOM in Jamaica? So which was the main issue that promoted its creation? And if you have time, because ideally we would have 6 minutes each, if you can already briefly highlight some of, how it works, but otherwise we will have also other occasions for this. Thank you. If you have time, because ideally we would have 6 minutes each, if you can already briefly highlight some of, how it works, but otherwise we will have also other occasions for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to the panel for this conference and just to discuss the issue of oversight. I know we're in a tight time frame, so I'll keep to my time frame. I've been with the Independent Commission in Jamaica for the last 9 years now. The commission was established by the Jamaican Parliament in 2010. The background to why it became necessary to establish an independent commission has its history in the Jamaican police force and our culture of playing of corruption, excessive use of force, and an inability to investigate itself in any effective manner. And that had gone on for decades post the 1970s and the political environment in Jamaica. It got to a stage where Jamaican police shootings are over 100 a year. and up to 140, 150. And in that time, there was a man who was killed called Mr. Gale by the police and the army. He had been arrested, detained in custody, and died in custody. That man, there was no independent investigation. In fact, there was no investigation. Nobody was prosecuted for it or indicted. But the case of Gale became the seminal, singular case which brought the matters to a head in Jamaica. And that was in 2005. And it went to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights with the family and with what was then the Jamaicans for Justice. There was no Indicom at that stage. And the Inter-American Court of Human Rights reported on the matter. And it's from that case that the Independent Commission was created. And I think what they said then applies still now. And they wrote in relation to the death in custody that it was a deliberate and excessive assault by agents of the state. And more, that the mindset of the members of the security forces should not and will not be held accountable. And that thinking is still present today. They wouldn't want to be held accountable for their actions, which flagrantly violate the most basic rules of governing humane treatment and the preservation of life. But secondly, they said, in addition to the approach of the police, was that there was no independent investigation. And the investigation into Mr. Gale's death should have been conducted from the outset by a body independent of both the Jamaican Police Force and the Jamaican Defence Force. And it's that case which resulted 5 years later in the creation of Indicom. And even between that ruling in 2005 and 2010, the government of Jamaica held a review of the police service here, which identified in their own report, and it's publicly available, of gross corruption across the police service at all levels of infrastructure, leadership, individual actions, planting of weapons, illegal firings, on and on the list went. So Jamaica found itself in a position of having to respond both at an international level and at a local level to delivering an independent commission. And that is what happened. In 2010, a lawyer, Mr. Terence Williams, excuse me, was appointed the commissioner. And from nothing, he created in the last decade or more a commission which results in our body investigating every single oversight issue in relation to deaths primarily, but all other forms of abuse or allegations of breach of human rights, unlawful detention, overdue long detention, assault matters, et cetera, et cetera. There's an irony because in 2005, when the Inter-American Court ruled, deaths then were about 120 to 150 a year by the police. By 2010, they were over 270 a year. 2013, 250. So until the commission came in, the killings by the police became greater and more exaggerated and an excessive use of force. Those are just the ones who were killed, not the ones who were injured. 2010 saw a slow development of the commission to bring about the change, which I can discuss in the next section after I've finished here. But that was the circumstances, why it was created. It was created with full legislative powers from Parliament and is answerable only to Parliament. It isn't answerable to any other body. And so the committees of Parliament, as and when they sit, demand the Commissioner and others to attend to explain what we are doing. And we report quarterly to Parliament on all the matters to which we investigate and the progress and identify issues, causes, patterns and practice. But that is how it's done, with a strong legal framework which gives us powers to investigate the police, demand statements, demand they be interviewed, the seizure of documents, the search of premises, property, and primacy at all investigation scenes. So it's within that type framework I set out how the Jamaican model has commenced. It is investigative, but it also is oversight of their performance, and under the Act, they are accountable to us for all matters, and the powers that we have ensure that they are accountable to us with penalties and breaches of the law if they fail to do what we ask them to do. That's my introduction. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Hamish Campbell, for this great and brief presentation. There's, I think, already like many thoughts and insights which are very useful for the discussion, but I would just maybe take the fact that there was initially a reluctance to be held accountable. And this mindset, and I think this is present in many police and law enforcement bodies across the world. And I think this shift also through the international pressure was crucial, like to also reduce crime and build confidence in the police. And that's also, I think, something that we have to keep in mind for today's discussion. Thank you very much. And now I will turn to my first question.
Elena, creo que tienes el micro apagado.
Sorry, what happened? When did I stop talking? I don't know if I was already introducing my question to Sean. Yeah? Was I doing this? No?
No, I missed the entire thing.
Okay, that's embarrassing. But I had finished with Hamish. Okay, so basically, I was just going to ask you, so from your experience in the African countries and the sub-region, maybe you focus more on, but since you have an African and also Pan-African experience. So if you can tell us a bit about what are the external oversight mechanisms for the police that have been set up in Africa. And of course, you won't be able to tell us about the creation behind, the reasons leading to the establishment in each case, but if you could maybe set out some common trends for their creation, and if there's, what would be, according to you, like a remarkable example in terms of these mechanisms. Thank you. And sorry for the for this silence, radio silence.
Not at all, Helena. Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for the invite to this discussion. As you said, Africa is a big continent, and so it's difficult to draw common indicators across the entire continent. It's also different legal jurisdictions. And what we've seen is that the external police oversight mechanisms are very much within the common law and Anglophone jurisdictions. And this is when you're looking at specific mechanisms. There are also more generalist bodies that have an interest in police oversight, the human rights commissions, the ombudsmans, the parliamentary committees. But I think, certainly from our experience, a dedicated focus, given the complexity of policing and given its prominence and the extent to which it can impact on human rights and liberties, makes it a really critical investment. Hamish, when you were speaking, mentioned this incident of focus that really was the genesis for Indicom. And when we look at the African examples of independent mechanisms, it is conflict and crisis that brought them into being, and a move out of that to demonstrate a reform of the police. There are two main mechanisms. The one is an investigative mechanism, much like Indicom, and you see that in South Africa and Kenya. And both of these come out of a process of crisis. South Africa, the apartheid and the birth of democracy, and then the introduction of this mechanism for external oversight, which is part of this move towards democratic policing and civilian control over policing. And in Kenya, much the same. You have the post-election violence in 2007, the complicity of the police in that post-election violence, and then an extensive reform process which starts this democratization and introduces into Kenya the Independent Oversight Authority. Elsewhere, similar, but obviously not capacitated to the resources available within Kenya and South Africa for these mechanisms. So you see Malawi moving out of the one-party system, having embedded in it a mechanism for independent police complaints, Independent Police Complaints Commission. That is never activated until we start seeing court intervening and bringing the police to task and saying, why isn't this mechanism here, given some of the atrocities being committed by the police? And this kicks it into action, and they start activating it. In Sierra Leone, you have an Independent Police Complaints Board, and obviously that starts to emerge post the conflict in Sierra Leone. The other type of mechanism, and this is not dedicated investigative capacities like the ones that I've been mentioning, is one that reviews and essentially takes control of two key internal mechanisms within the police, and that is discipline and sanction, and promotions. And this is done independently in a way to kind of bolster that objectivity and to address some of the underlying biases within those systems. And this you see in Nigeria with the Police Service Commission. And that too emerges after the military rule era and the ushering in of the democratic era. All of these mechanisms are severely undercapacitated, given their workload. The investigative mechanisms, interestingly enough, have all taken on this function of full investigation with a legal mandate that instructs all deaths in custody, all deaths as a result of police action, plus a host of other criminal offences, to be referred through to this authority to undertake and take responsibility for the investigation. And this is often criticised because it buckles the organisation simply under the weight of the task ahead of it. But in a way, it's a decision that has been taken because of the complete lack of confidence in the police to investigate themselves. And so they've kind of bit the proverbial bullets and said, we will take on these investigations. I think if you are looking at, and I think, and they're recent. I mean, you know, if you look at the last decade, maybe 15 years of development that have seen these mechanisms come in. And so that it's very easy to criticize the impact that they're having. And this is an area where we still need to do a lot of work, and that's on impact. But if you're starting to see where we are seeing dividend, I think, is in the mandatory reporting of these offences to an independent mechanism and the transparent publication of these incidents. And so you're starting to see, and you're able to track quite credibly incidents of death in police custody and death as a result of police action. These are no longer hidden. We know the quantum, particularly in South Africa, and we're able to then start to address these. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this overview. Yeah, can you copy me? Yeah. And I just also, I think what I found interesting was, like, again, there's always this trigger factor, in this case, crisis, like post or pre-conflict or election violence. But in any case, not usually or often there's kind of a wake-up call, which can be more or less serious, no? But it's kind of judged as something that can promote change. And also what you said, that okay, they have many, you know, shortcomings and challenges, all these mechanisms, but this reporting to an independent mechanism and this transparent publication of information, that's what we actually lack in such a an overwhelming number of countries, also including Spain and Catalonia. I mean, it's clear that it's very difficult to collect information as well on cases and the status of investigations, and I think that's also something that we have to keep in mind as one of the recommendations in the context of our discussion. Thank you so much. Masha, hi from Geneva to Brazil. So I would like to ask you, so also, I mean, based not only, but on this landmark report that you published last year, now that we've heard, from sort of very hands-on and or first-hand also, or sort of experiences from Jamaica and different African countries, we would like to ask you to define a bit what an independent oversight mechanism is. I mean, that's how it's defined, no, in the report. Again, the focus of your report is on investigative agencies, but maybe in any case, if you can share with us what you think are some of the main definitory elements of these mechanisms, and why are they so important in our societies? So a bit of definition, maybe the reasons we've heard, but if you want to say a bit, and maybe also something about what are the main principles or elements that this mechanism should have. Yes, knowing that, that you have a wealth of experience and research done, effort put into this. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Helena. And I should say that I co-authored this report with Ian Scott, who was a former director of Special Investigations Unit in Ontario. So it was a special experience, to be honest, to be a human rights advocate working with an internal, somebody who is inside the institution. I'm very grateful for that. I think Sean touched on that, our report, Who Polices the Police, that is available in Spanish, and I think the link can be sent, and in other languages, Portuguese and French today got published, just today. Looks specifically at the agency that can conduct criminal investigations. And it's only a small portion of oversight mechanisms. And I think oversight, and Sean would be better placed than me to discuss on that. I, of course, believe that criminal investigations are extremely important, right? Because crimes such as torture or extrajudicial executions, that are very serious crimes. And just because they're committed by people who are wearing uniforms, in majority of cases, does not mean that these are not crimes. But on the other hand, police and military, right, and I'm sure you already spoke about it, sorry I wasn't able to join the conference earlier, are allowed to use force. So unlike any other common crime, right, when more or less you prima facie, you know from the beginning, right, that it was illegal activity, you don't always know with the police because the use of force might be illegal. And this is a very hard place. And I think it's worth a little bit thinking about it. So what I will say about the definition, of course, we speak about civilian oversight, about the bodies that should be external of the police, although you have a lot of internal controls. And the report only looks at a very, very small part. We do not look, in Africa, we only include Kenya and South Africa, as Sean mentioned in the comment. I should thank Hamish also for all your inputs to the report and reviewing it fully. It was extremely important to, it's hard to do a comparative on so many different jurisdictions. Majority of cases will be dealt with other bodies, right? Absolute majority of cases, in general, some use of police force will be dealt in disciplinary, internal, external, some other oversight boards, and it's probably also what matters. I've never worked inside the police, but I think Hamish, I don't know what you think. We a lot hear that sometimes internal disciplinary, it's even more important, right? For the police to have their promotions and salaries and so on. But again, there is a part of behaviors that are so outrageous, right, that we just cannot let police to investigate themselves. So I'll speak now only on these investigative bodies just for the lack of time, and that's what I know best. We hesitated. None of the agencies in the comments are as close to the standard setting as it comes, right? But then Indicom does not engage with victims, right? And we would love the independent agencies to be more respectful of like victims' rights and victims' participation, just like the legal system is different. So we looked at the agencies that have a degree of independence from the police. We wish them to be established by a separate law, like Indicom is, right? Like only now, 30 years later, Special Investigations Union I realize we have translation, so I'll slow down. In Ontario, after 30 years, it got its separate law. A lot of agencies, even standard setting, you'll have police ombudsman for Northern Ireland, are included in police acts. And we think it's the wrong message. It's also like you want its own legislation, you want independence, practical and perceived. We highly recommend and see some examples, which I can answer questions, that the director should not be former police or military. You see a lot of prosecutors, right? And it depends how you perceive prosecutors in your, or it's, there are people who are just, there is somebody, I believe now in England, who is a certified accountant. You see people who were ombudsmans before, and you want a level of selection for them like an ombudsman, which also you don't get in a lot of places. You want this perceived independence as well as actual independence. And then, as we've been together on many sessions, I always speak about this this is political and technical, right? Michael Gale was not the only case in Jamaica. And actually, as Hamish, I think you mentioned now, right, he was killed in detention, very rare for Jamaica. It's not even a typical case in the Indicom would investigate. At some moment, there is a political decision, right, that you will tackle this type of abuses, that enough is enough, or you choose police accountability as one of the political platforms. It has to come more, police themselves will never ask for it, right? And it will be always attention. So it has to be a political decision that comes, in our view, with a law, with an independent director to have this independent investigation. But then you need somebody who can do investigation, right? Like Hamish, who served as a detective. I've spent, as you mentioned, right now, soon going on 3 decades in human rights work, never looked at DNA, analysis of anything, right? It's homicides. It's serious injuries. It's actually very serious crimes. And a lot of people who understand police responsibility do not have technical capacity. And here you get into this very difficult question of who should be investigators, who should be staff. We recommend to not have any at all seconded policemen, but hire former policemen. We wish to have all civilian investigations, but examples around the world just shows, at least in the beginning, it's not practical. Some agencies opted to also foreign investigators, even in Northern Ireland in the beginning, they hired from Hong Kong and others. You'll have a lot of issues with language and so on. The civil versus common law, what Sean said, it's we see that the examples that we include are Canada, Ireland is a mix, right? Jamaica, Kenya, South Africa, Trinidad and Tobago, UK, Northern Ireland, and England and Wales. I don't know why. It might be coming from that commission of inquiry type of legal system, because there is no reason why you couldn't have independent agency in civil system, right? Investigations are kind of the same. What you run into very serious problems is with whether the director could charge, and that's from our experience only in Ontario, and also with the role of prosecutors. That often is constitutional. So what we see, for example, in Argentina, and also there was a unit that existed in Rio de Janeiro and was disbanded, that sometimes this becomes a specialized unit within prosecutor office. And there are many cultural and sometimes legal constitutional reasons for that. It's not ideal, right? Because you would want some separation, but in some countries that's the possibility what you get. And we see a lot of dilemma with very independent investigations bodies. You will have a lot of problems of cooperation with the prosecution because you can investigate whatever you want. but public wants convictions, right? At the end of the day, if you're an investigative body, right, the public in country where there is a lot of abuse wants somebody to go to jail, and there are reasons for that. If you don't have specialized prosecutors, if you don't have somebody taking that case to court, you will never get it. And public will blame you, right? The public will not be thinking about how the criminal process is going. The public will blame the investigative agency. A lot of agencies that are like within prosecutor's office, like in Ukraine, they have this continuity, right? They can investigate and prosecute, but a lot of them lack primary investigative powers, right? Investigators in Rio de Janeiro were telling us they can't even get to the scene of crime because prosecutors are targeted for killings by the organized crime groups. And they don't want to go in armored vehicles because what if their personnel kills somebody, right? What happens next? So there is a lot of this, like, it's really about the reality of the country, the type of allegations that are prevalent. And I think I'll stop here because of the time, but there's a lot about narrowing what Sean was also talking about, right? Narrow the jurisdiction to give a chance for such agency to survive. I have hope in them, but there are a lot of political and technical questions that come with independent agencies. And they're not a panacea against state violence.
Thank you so much, Masha, for this super interesting presentation, also where you already kind of bring it to the spotlight, like some of these main elements are also challenges, no? Like the legislative sort of adoption, no? I mean, the body needs to be adopted by a parliament, the practical and perceived independence, also like staffing and, the direction involving former police. Yes, it's quite important to have, detectives and people who have the skills to investigate, because otherwise, as you say, you have investigative bodies with limited or zero investigative powers and skills. And this is also, in short, also what you said, it's also about the reality of the country and not kind of also having sort of a comparative analysis based on the different mechanisms, how they can complement each other, the importance of disciplinary also proceedings, but at the same time also being able to build something that can investigate when the police is actually the actor involved, right? So thank you so much. Moving to our next speaker, who is Luciana Paul, that is in the ICAP premises today in Barcelona. Many thanks, Luciana, for making it in person. So you will share a presentation. That's great. So I would also now like to ask your thoughts and perspective from a Latin American sort of perspective. So where there's also like other oversight mechanisms, some with investigative powers, like the public defender's offices or others, which are also very important. And we would like, to hear from you on if you can highlight some of these experiences and initiatives. What are the main functions, and maybe also what is kind of the distinct, role and value of these mechanisms, especially now, following the three previous interventions. Thank you so much, Luciana. Tienes la palabra. Gracias.
You have the floor. Thank you. I am going to speak in Spanish. And I'm out of the virtual world, as you can see, because I can see my colleagues on the screen. And here we are, face to face. It is a great pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for attending this meeting. In Latin America, there's been a tradition of some skeptical ideas. I think that I cannot get to the next slide. Could you please go to the next slide for me? Okay, there we go. So those who work on this field ask ourselves if oversight mechanisms are useful. We have been seeing that in Latin America, there's institutional instability. Some institutions work at some point and they stop working later, and some were promising, but they ended up not being effective. This is the first idea. We need to be somehow pessimistic because we've been observing experiences for 20 years now, and this will have a lot to do with what Masha mentioned, which is the context of each country and each century. At general level, I would like to mention this very briefly, but we need to bear it in mind. We need to think about how to design oversight mechanisms. We need to think about who's going to do oversight, what are the purposes of the oversight action, and what is the design of the institutions? Are there historical, political, and cultural reasons that are relevant and that need to respond to a need? Yes, this will determine the models that we need to apply, because we have a cultural legacy and we have been facing models that have imposed a specific way of working. So we need to start by looking at the legacy. In Latin America, that's very important, and this has to do with authoritarianism, with the participation of military groups, and this historic tradition is combined with elements that are common to other countries, such as Spain or other countries that are promoting exclusion. So when we look at the social terms that police forces have, we need to see what is the position of each group, and you need to think of where each group is located when the police is acting. In some cases, we also have regulations and frameworks that are relevant. These frameworks have a negative impact on the creation of external oversight mechanisms. This is the case, for example, the legal framework in Peru. Bearing this in mind, we have analyzed the path, and we have also looked at what's happening in Catalonia. So we need to think about the factors that come into play at a cultural and historic level. Regardless of the case and of the social or cultural framework, the oversight mechanisms will not be somehow not related to the context. They are very much related to institutions and to the political context. I will share some examples from Latin America to tell you about what we have observed when it comes to the implementation of oversight mechanisms. In these 4 cases, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Peru, what we see is something that's also applicable in other societies, such as these, in which we have several mechanisms which are both internal and external, and then social aspects that will be involved as well. Whether these mechanisms will be effective or not will depend on the design of the institution and also on the interaction that's created between these institutions, because there are also interconnected oversight mechanisms. And we need to see how the relationship of these institutions are shaped, and we need to see how these cross-checks are taking place, how these institutions relate themselves and have a relationship with the ombudsman, for example, how informal and formal communications take place, because this is very relevant when it comes to law enforcement. And there, in the middle of this picture, you can see the media. We will see very briefly in some of these cases that the media is also a relevant factor. We will also need to bear that in mind, because sometimes it will be the media requiring a crackdown by the police, or it will be the media requesting a social environment that promotes actions that leads to the de-escalation of violence, that will lead to less tensions and less violence and conflicts. I would also like to briefly mention the role of the stakeholders in the civil society and the relatives of victims. In Latin America, this is relevant, especially when it comes to the mothers of the victims. They are stakeholders that are very relevant. Sometimes other institutional stakeholders are missing. And when we talk about Argentina, we have the case of the mothers of the May Square that clearly shows the importance of these stakeholders. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, some of the oversight mechanisms in Latin America have been very brief, haven't lasted in time, but that doesn't happen when we talk about the civil society. So the relatives are always having an active and important role. I will briefly mention these 4 cases. Masha mentioned this already. So there's Argentina and the Public Prosecutor's Office specialized on institutional violence. They focus on this kind of cases. This is composed by lawyers that are specialized in the topic, which is positive. It cannot intervene unless it is requested by the prosecutor in charge of the case. This is a great positive aspect. But if the prosecutor doesn't want the intervention of this body or the application of this oversight mechanism, it cannot be applied. So I would say that's a weakness of it. If the executive power or the Ministry of Security uses the power of cracking down on protests, they have been demanding actions from the police forces. I would also like to highlight something about this body, which is also applicable to other external mechanisms, is the experience of this body to create a semi-formal link with regional organizations that are working on police violence, especially in those neighborhoods where there has been a high level of police violence. And this body, the Procubin, has been establishing links and relationships with organizations and has worked in collaboration with social organizations, and they alert and they reach out to them when there are violations by the police. This is an interesting point that we should think about. Now I'll talk about Chile and the role of the Human Rights National Institute during the social unrest. If you remember, in 2019, there were huge demonstrations in Chile. Almost 2,000 people were harmed by the use of fire guns. There were many people who suffered from eye injuries, hundreds of people, in fact. And this was a high-scale event. This is an independent body created by the law, and it's governed by a council. The deputy chamber is included in this. We've got organizations from the civil society, from the executive power, etc. So there are several sectors participating in this body, and this body had a very active position. They visited police stations during that time. They have some limitations. They have some limitations when it comes to the action that they have on the national police forces, but when there was an emergency, they took action. This is also relevant because of the work that they are doing at the moment. So we believe this is very interesting.
Now we'd like to talk about Colombia. This is a slightly different model. Here we have a web, with a legal web, which includes very strong and firm laws. And here, related to the national strike, we could see that there was a very powerful action from the executive power trying to prevent any control mechanisms from the public prosecutor's office, etc. And it was also, they also succeeded in disseminating a narrative of criminalization. We have a relatively strong legal system, but they could not resist the political attacks that the executive power was perpetrating in order to try to block all forms of possible oversight and control. And finally, I'd like to refer to the case that I mentioned at the beginning. What happens when the legal framework really truly impedes the control mechanism? We have in this case Peru. They have a law for police protection, and it is so complex. This law is so complex that it regulates the police impunity. In Peru, whenever a police officer uses weapons in their duty, this officer cannot be punished and not be held in custody. So there is a legal framework which is already preventing the action of any other body or any other stakeholder that we were mentioning before. So the legal framework is also relevant, as you may see. I'd like to finish by saying that I'd like to mention some Catalan cuisine here. There is a very good cuisine, and everybody knows that in any kitchen, good recipes are needed. Without a good mixture of legal tools, and a mix that includes also the technical elements, the necessary resources, and which has to do with the capacity to investigate and what are the resources devoted to each one of these bodies. And finally, the secret ingredient, which is the political element, which has to hold this commitment to investigate and to go up to the very last consequences when it comes to the accountability of this kind of acts. Without a good balance of all these ingredients, the recipe won't come out good. So I ask you here in Catalonia to be as good as you are in your cuisine with the new mechanisms of accountability that you're working on. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Luciana. Creo que terminaste, porque te estaba escuchando.
Thank you very much, Luciana. I think you finished already because I was listening to your intervention on YouTube. Thank you very much for this masterclass in Catalan cuisine and for mentioning these complementary elements. You mentioned this cautious pessimism, but it includes all the cases that you were mentioning, these cases of relative success. Thank you in any case. And now...
Se fue el volumen de...
¿Has apagado el micrófono, Elena?
Our last speaker, sorry, not in terms of relevance and importance, but Albert Gillespie, are you here with us? Yes. So what I would like to ask you is if you could tell us a bit about the establishment, and the reasons behind the establishment of the Civil Rights Department, and their main functions also in relation to this systemic racism and police brutality, which is very disproportionate. Disproportionately affecting minorities, Black Americans. That was a bit my question. But if you, you could also add, if you add, your thoughts on the importance of like grassroots movements or like society engagement as well in efforts to prompt police reform, if you want. Like, just feel free, just like you have 5 minutes, and then we will also need to see how we actually shorten the next interventions and the exchanges with the audience, because we're running late and I think we only have 10 minutes of margin. Thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I will try and be as brief as possible. I think this is an important topic. So as you stated, I am the Civil Rights Director for the City of Minneapolis. I've officially been in that position appointed by the mayor since May, but it'll be a year because I was interim prior to that. It'll be a year in November. And the Civil Rights Department in Minneapolis actually has been around for almost 70 years. So it was established by former Mayor Hubert Humphrey, who was also a United States Senator here in America. And it was established originally because of discrimination in the United States, because we have a history of discrimination, as you all know, from redlining in terms of housing and employment and education. And so it was really established to address those issues. Of course, in that 70 years, it has evolved over time. And we have 5 divisions, and they're focused on contract compliance, which is making sure that the minority individuals have access to that kind of capital to build businesses. Labor standards and enforcement division. So we have a division that focuses on making sure that our workers are not exploited, and making sure that they have sick and safe time and all of those things. And then we have our complaints investigation division, which is focused on traditional discrimination from education, from employment, and for. But then the one that I think you're particularly interested in, and we want to talk about today, is our Office of Police Conduct Review. And that is, we investigate all complaints against police when there's a complaint of misconduct. So that actually started in 1990. So we have been at this for quite some time. But we can say that we have not perfected it because we all know what happened in 2020, May 25th, with the murder of George Floyd. But the way that is constructed is that we have an office that is made up of civilians who investigate police misconduct, but it's a hybrid model in that we have what we call the joint supervisors. And so a complaint will come into us, and we take it through a process. I won't go through all the details because I know we don't have enough time, but it's the civilians along with the police reviewing that, determining what action we'll take. And so it's a joint effort to make sure that we are holding police accountable, but they're a part of that process. So we have the police chief who participates in that, as well as we have a director of what's called OPCR who participates in that process. We also have the ability that if we observe or made aware of any misconduct by police, that in our office, we can file a complaint against that officer. So, and we often do. So we don't have to have just a citizen come in to make a complaint. If we observe something that we feel that is a violation, then we'll file a complaint, because we do have access to the body-worn camera footage that police they have to collect. So we have access to all the databases that the police have access to, so we can see what they see, which allows us to keep them honest in terms of not just waiting for them to report something, because sometimes citizens are less likely to report the things that are happening to them for various reasons. So, which is great. We also have the ability, I think that's important, we don't have subpoena power when it comes to police and investigations, but we have the ability to compel them to investigate. So if they refuse to be a part of the interview process when we're investigating, that's a violation of policy and we can hold them accountable that way. If there is a charge of discrimination, that would go through our other division, our complaints investigation division, where we do investigate discrimination cases against police. And in that particular instance, we do have the ability to subpoena them. So once we go through the investigation process, we then present this to a what we call a panel. The panel is made up of 2 civilians and 2 sworn officers. And those 4 people review the information, the entire file, and make a decision on whether they think there's merit or no merit. And then they move that up to the police chief. In the state of Minnesota, the only individual who can make disciplinary decisions is the police chief. And so we do not have the ability to make any types of decisions regarding discipline, but we do have civilians involved in that process. And so also we have what's called our police civilian oversight committee. And the police, the oversight, I don't know, we're gonna have to take the word police out, but it's a body of civilians who actually, they review policy, they review summary information to make recommendations regarding police policy. So those are 2 civilian components of this. The other thing is, as a director of civil rights, I have the ability to disagree with the police chief their discipline decision. I will tell you, I heard politics mentioned before. That has not been done as much in the past as it should have, and I think it was really political. I've done it at least twice since I've been here. So I think prior to me, it was like 1 time, but we do have the ability to say that the chief can issue discipline, but I can also say that I disagree, and then it goes up to the mayor to make a decision. And so, but because of, I think, the politics of it, it's not something that's utilized as often as it should be. So I think that's a quick overall of how we handle police oversight. It's still a work in progress. There are still improvements to be made. We are, even though we should have access to all systems, there's always this challenge of having the police share information that we rightfully, according to our laws and our ordinance, should have access to. So we still have the challenges, but it has, as I said, it's evolved over time since 1990, and we hope that it'll continue to evolve. I don't know if I'll be able to stay in for the entire time, so I just want to say we also have seen some changes because of what happened in 2020, where the DOJ is investigating the city of Minneapolis, and the Minnesota Department of Human Rights also investigated the police department. And so there are some additional things that we will have, I think, in our toolbox that will allow us to strengthen this model, which is a really positive thing. So I hope that wasn't too fast. I know time is limited, but.
No, that was great. That was excellent. And very happy that you pointed already from the start almost to this Office of Police Conduct Review, the OPCR, and the hybrid model, these civilians working along the police, the ability to compel, to investigate, I mean, and many, many also interesting elements, I think, for the discussion and for follow-up steps. So thank you so much. And now, I would like to, we will have to basically like hold off on the questions so that I can ask some follow-up questions for like final remarks, and because we should end, and I'm already sorry for the delay, but we could not go, I mean, we will go a bit over time if that's okay, but not more than 10 minutes. So I would like just now to go back to Hamish actually, and ask him something, also to be very brief, because we had initially foreseen 6 minutes, but please just keep it very short. But we would still like to hear from you. I mean, if you can share with us like a success sort of example that you could, tell us about, and also like one success example, maybe from there extract one lesson or concluding remark or recommendation that you would like to share, also knowing that there's this ongoing process in Spain and Catalonia. We would still like Thank you. I mean, if you can share with us like a success sort of example that you could tell us about, and also like one success example, maybe from there extract one lesson or concluding remark or recommendation that you would like to share, also knowing that.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll be brief, I'm tight. I think after 10 years here, my experience and view, and others, is that the measure of success is not in the field of prosecution or charge or not charge or conviction. That's too binary. What we're trying to do is change a culture and behavior and attitude of the police, which in Jamaica, unfortunately, was embedded in the response first and last is to shoot and to kill. And that is why there have been so many, thousands and thousands of deaths by the police. So the success in the last 10 years, just the very introduction of an oversight commission in Jamaica was sufficient to curb some police officers, perhaps many, bearing in mind many were not involved in the killings anyway. So just the introduction. And then our commission has, in addition to investigation, provided oversight, our reports, our real analysis of pattern and practice of behavior in relation to their shootings, their culture, their assaults. And we publish those much to their annoyance. Every quarter, the media write about them, and they don't like that. And it's, without simplifying it, it's like confronting children or bad behavior. We will address it without fear and without concern as an independent body. And so we have seen as a success, a measure of success, fatal shootings fall by 51% in the last 6 years. We see each year now 110 to 120. When I came and before I came, it was, as I say, over 200 a year. 4 or 5 a week were being killed. That is down. And in relation to another aspect of oversight, planned policing operations was responsible for 40% of all fatalities. The attendance at properties, bedrooms, halfway houses on warrants, and you'd be killed. Only 10% of such shootings now, fatal shootings, occur on planned police operations because we wrote about it, we named the senior officers, we asked for the plans, we asked for the operations, their own plans and operations under their own rules and guidance. So I'm summarizing tightly, we say my mantra is, it's engagement, enforcement, education, and encouragement, my 4 E's of life. Indicom for the last 8 years has been largely enforcement. And we have some 50 to 60 police officers awaiting trial for murder. That's the enforcement side, but those charges, whilst they await trial, are lessened, and it's about engagement, encouragement, and education of how life has changed and should be changing. So that's my very short summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. Thank you so much. I will now. I would like now to turn to Sean. I know that you also have to leave as sharply at 6 hour time. So I would like to ask what's your, because Masha already mentioned the importance of victim involvement and civil society involvement in these mechanisms. Is there something you would like to share with us when it comes to why it's important that civil society organizations and the victims, which is 2 different dimensions, but you can also pick one, are involved in these mechanisms in terms of also being able to access information, to be an active actor during investigations? Why is that important and should be ensured? Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't leave because of lack of interest. We have rolling blackouts in South Africa, and we scheduled for one at 6 p.m. So really, when you go back to Philip Alston, he looked at post-election violence in Kenya in 2007, and he drew out some benchmarks for successful oversight agencies. And one of those, very importantly, was an active involvement of civil society. And I don't think it's an accident. What it does is it brings two areas together. It is the source of the complaint, but it's also the dissemination of the impact. And so what you're looking to do is ultimately with police oversight mechanisms, and as Hamish said, it's changing a culture, it's building the confidence, it's legitimizing, it's rebuilding. What you want to see is that impact taken forward, and it goes forward through the positive experience of people associated with these oversight mechanisms. And unfortunately, I don't think we do enough to be able to promote that. Both in terms of our service to victims and our constant engagement and working with the victims and the complainants, but also the extent to which we can tap into the expertise of civil society, academia and others to start understanding the expanding space of police oversight. We're talking here about a very embryonic phase of police oversight, getting the systems up, starting to deal with the deaths. But once you start delving deeper and you understand that the experience of policing and police oversight is stratified across a number of sectors, you can look at it through a gendered lens. You can understand it from various vulnerabilities like migrants. Then how you provide and how you build access to police oversight becomes a very different field. And I think this is where civil society can really add value to start building out those understandings in a lot more depth. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Now, sorry, I just have some. Okay, so I don't know, because I think we should start with the questions, but at the same time, maybe I launch like it's also like the three women on the panel, so I feel a bit bad now, cutting you. But I think we will have to, we will have to actually reduce this final remarks section. And I would actually like from you to share whatever you want to share with us as final remarks, also kind of being forward-looking, trying to share like a lesson learned that you would like to convey to the audience today. Masha, please.
Thank you, Helen. And I realized I was over time the last time. I think the question that I wanted to ask about how if investigative agencies, how do they fit within other investigations? And the answer is it has to be the lead agency. You should not have competing criminal investigation, and disciplinary should either look at other matters, right, or come after criminal. It's hard. And here probably the message is we can decide for another society, for a country. Do you want to create something that does not respond to what we believe are good practices, like promising practices, and improve over time, right? Start with small steps, or will it just kill the initiative, right? Will the agency just fail? And it's better not to create anything unless you can get the agency with proper powers and proper budget. And it's a choice for Catalonia and for Spain that nobody can recommend. I think it's very important to have it not only on complaints. It came up, Sean mentioned mandatory notification. I think it's very important that every incident of death goes to that, whether suspicious or not. Because you have to build that muscle, right? I use that allegory all the time of police reported, police having control, and not only going to the worst cases to the agency. It's not an enemy, it's another body of the state powers. And as Hamish was saying, a lot of these agencies were created to increase public confidence in the police, in the policing. They are not created to put people in jail. They're created to increase public confidence. For that, they need to work. They need to not be token sham agency with just the name. And of course, the work is hard, but also what Hamish was saying about the report, I wouldn't underestimate it. The transparency, the directors or agencies reporting back to the public, reporting back on, again, prosecutions, lack of their decisions. Often we see a lot of gaps in that. We don't have time to give examples. But I would not underestimate how important it is for a chance of agency that will go against a lot of entrenched, very powerful interests, have some chance to succeed to some measure.
Thank you, Masha. Thank you so much. Luciana.
Gracias, Elena.
Thank you, Elena. I just want to make one comment. Albert there mentioned that things changed in Minneapolis after the death of George Floyd. But that did not happen only in Minneapolis. So I believe that the investigations around institutional racism and police violence need to show us that the mechanisms for oversight cannot show that the rights are not respected for some parts of the population. There needs to be institutional collaboration. We carried out a study on the dynamics for gender violence in situations of protests in Latin America. We found out that there are no institutional mechanism for gender violence in public spaces. The only mechanisms we can apply are for private cases. So we need to adapt our mechanisms. And I think that when we are facing a case of police violence related to sexism or racism, we can create collaborations between institutions or stakeholders, including organizations from the civil society or organizations that fight for the rights of women, to reinforce specific perspectives, such as the gender perspective. I think that's also relevant when it comes to actions at borders or in rural areas. So what I want to say is that today we need to rethink the way police forces work and their function, but we also need to rethink how oversight mechanisms are designed in order to be intersectional and to promote non-discrimination. Thank you. I'm done. Hello, sorry, but there's some delay between the Spanish and the English version. I believe you have already finished.
Albert Gillespie, your turn, please, for your final remarks. I'm sorry, you were always the last one. It was just like, you know.
That's okay. Again, I will just try and keep it brief. I think, you know, there's so many things that are said, so many important things regarding police oversight. I would just say from our perspective is that it, you know, having been doing this since 1990, even with the murder of George Floyd, it may appear that it may not be working, but I will tell you there are definitely pieces that are working. First and foremost, the police officers would not have been probably held accountable if we didn't have this record on them. That being said, there's still work to do because we've documented there were investigations. We have other challenges in terms we have police unions who are able to overturn some decisions. So that's a whole nother, you know, thing. But I do want to highlight one way in which some of the work we do has real impact. I don't know if you are familiar with Elijah McClain, who was murdered by police in Colorado, and he was given a drug called ketamine. And so 2 years before that happened in Colorado, our staff in our OPCR division, actually, we get to look at the body-worn camera footage. And what they had noticed for over a 3-year period was police instructing paramedics to use a drug, the good stuff, on people. And that is not something that police are allowed to do. And so they saw an increase in the uses of this drug that was used to sedate our community members and police directing them to do so. So we could do a research and study. We studied that, we investigated, and basically we were able to, as a result of that study, end the use of ketamine. And we found out that it also was a study that Hennepin County, our healthcare provider, was paying the paramedics to participate in. And so as a result of that, ketamine is not allowed to be used. That sedation is not allowed to be used when dealing with constituents or who they call it excited delirium, which is not a thing. All of that to say, we could have been the Colorado as well, where we were sedating people like an Elijah McClain. That could have happened in Minneapolis had it not been for the ability for us to review body-worn camera footage. So we do that on a consistent basis. We see something, we say something, and then we push for a policy change. And I think that's one of the most important things that we can continue doing as well. As a result of the murder of George Floyd, it has opened up a window for us, and I think we have to take advantage of it internationally, not just here in this country, but I know all over the world, where now there is an appetite for change, and we have this energy and momentum. And as I tell the people in my office, I feel the fierce urgency of now. This is our opportunity to really keep that spotlight on why oversight is important. And so that is what we're doing in the city of Minneapolis. We are not going to let this opportunity be wasted to bring about some real and true change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll just stay on, those who can, for 10 additional minutes. Is that okay? Like, please keep questions brief. Questions will be, I guess, mainly from people like in the audience in person. And also to those who already have to leave, Sean, Masha, thank you so much, really. It was such a pleasure, and in a way, we all hope that we can also remain engaged in these issues and also follow, in particular, this process in Spain and Catalonia. Thank you.
Como siempre, ¿escucháis? Hola, could you hear me? Yeah. Okay, now it's time for the questions. Thank you. Vale. Hola.
Hello. Thank you for such interesting interventions. I would like to ask, from your experience, what do you think about the mechanisms that we are debating in Catalonia? We are always wondering whether we are going for the best mechanism possible, despite the fact that it might not be effective, or should we go for the best but also provide an alternative of creating an independent body that could improve in time? From your experience, what do you think? What should we do in this case? Is it feasible to create a mechanism and improve it in time? Has this happened? Or should we go for the final mechanism because we know that the politicians and political parties at power change? I hope that I've made myself clear. Is there any other question? We are going to take questions first, and then we will go with the answers. Okay, there are no more questions, so please go ahead with the answer.
Okay. I mean, I will translate. I think it's faster, maybe this way. If you, or are you getting already the question? Anyway. So the question was whether, I mean, sometimes you have specific political forces and there's a momentum maybe to set up an independent mechanism, like maybe in Catalonia, but it doesn't mean necessarily that will have, and that will start and will have the foundations that the desired foundations. Maybe it's just like a compromise, among different forces, and it's not the desired design and conception of the ideal mechanism. And the question is, should it yet be set up even if it doesn't have the key elements required, to kind of be able to prompt all these, changes? Or would you rather think that it's better to wait and start already with a mechanism, full force and full-fledged with all the ideal sort of, elements in the recipe? Yeah, Sean, please go ahead.
So I think these things are not established overnight. We have a momentum, perhaps in Catalonia, given the thought that's going into this, but you're not going to see dividend quickly. And that gives us opportunity to get the basics right. And those basics, if we go back to those very opening remarks that were made, is a strong legal foundation, the independence that you need, and the powers that you need. And then potentially the budget and the resources that can support that. But I think if you get the independence and the strong legal mandate and the powers, then you're on the road to success. And I think that's what you should aim for now, to be able to use this moment.
Thank you, Sean. Any additional remarks?
I can try for a second and also run after.
I think
I mentioned that it's really your choice, right? I do not understand enough Catalonian system. I understand you have constitutional limitations, right? Where there are things that are just not possible within the current constitutional structure. There are certain powers of police of Spain or prosecution, again, I wouldn't know the details, that are just unlikely to change unless some big change happens. So in this sense, maybe what the question is, what's ideal for Catalonia, right? Because, for example, also Canadian agencies are state, right? They're provincial. There's no federal agency in Canada. And be very clear what you expect from that mechanism, the best you can do. If I understand correctly, there is a desire in Catalonia today for such mechanism, right? I think you'll just need to acknowledge also to the public what it will be able or not, where the limits will lie, right? And do the best you can with that if you decide to go for a mechanism. Because again, there are sometimes, because it's a criminal system, if it was a new oversight agency that is completely civilian, it's like an ombudsman, you can come up with an amazing law, totally new and created. If you're trying to get criminal convictions, you're stuck with existing criminal system. And maybe the best you can within existing limitations, but not just the minimum. Just the minimum might kill the belief that it's even. I'm sorry, I have another conference, but it was.
Bye, Masha. Thank you. Bye-bye. Anyone would like to add to that? Just raise your hand. No? Any further question? Or should we close?
No hay más preguntas.
The panel. Okay. So, yeah, I don't hear from the people present in the room today in Barcelona. So we will now proceed. Any further question? Okay. To close this very, very thought-provoking and interesting panel. Many thanks. First, to all the experts joining today, the interpreters as well, of course, the organizers, those following the event in person or online. I hope that discussions and all these very, very insightful and constructive thoughts will be helpful when it comes to the dissemination of this new report, and also the advocacy steps that will follow. Yeah, I just take away with me maybe, I mean, there's many things, but the importance of the establishment of external mechanisms to increase transparency and public confidence in the police. I think that's very important. And also what Luciana said about this catalog or whatever, like recipe, like to, bring all these and joint efforts, complementary efforts to also make police understand that it's important to be held to account, to be more transparent, and that it's important to include suicide organizations, victims, and so on. So thank you so much to everyone. It was a pleasure to moderate this panel, and have a nice day, afternoon, evening too. And also good luck with the continuation of the conference tomorrow. Bye-bye. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
To everyone. It was a pleasure to moderate this panel, and have a nice day, afternoon.
Thank you.
Evening too. And also good luck with the continuation.
Tienes dos sistemas de streaming, bueno, el Zoom y el...
Si es online, es fácil, porque pones la traducción además de todo por el Zoom y ya está. Pero la combinación de físico y online...
Y la traducción.
Eso lo dio...
Bueno, igual fueron unos pequeños delays.
Sí.
Todo funcionó, digamos. Eso rescatémoslo.
Hola, Oscar, ¿me escuchas? A ver si me estás escuchando. Oscar, ¿me
Hola, buenas
escuchas?
tardes.
Ay, genial.
Linda.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, Oscar? Vamos a empezar como en 5 minutitos, ¿vale? Que se acaba de terminar la mesa anterior. Voy a quitarme el vídeo, pero estamos en contacto, ¿vale?
Bueno,
si quieres,
entonces voy a ir por un té y vuelvo.
Claro.
This is the final panel for today. We will continue with more panels tomorrow morning. And for today, we will try to gather all the things that we have heard along the day, especially this morning. And we will also try to discuss the institutional positions that we have, of which we have heard this morning. We have 3 women here in the panel who belong to different spaces and organizations, and they have been doing this task of social advocacy from the activism. I'd like to introduce you to my fellow panelists. Oh, sorry, Oscar, because I forgot about you. It won't happen again. Sorry about that. Yes, well, we have 3 women here in the room, and then we also have another panelist which is joining via Zoom. I have Kaireba. She is a graduate in sociology, and she is responsible for the project Stop Stopping Me, Pareu de Parar-me. And this is a project which is focused on investigating the ethnic profiling. She's also responsible of the training activities at SOS Racism, and she is also a member of the Afro-descendant community in Catalonia. We have Oscar Ramirez as well, who is joining us via Zoom. He is a lawyer. He is the president of the Solidarity Committee with the Political Prisoners. He's a part of the campaign Defending Freedom, a matter that affects us all, which is an initiative that fosters the right to protest and the preserving of rights in this context. He's also a member of the Colombian Organization Against Torture, and he will be talking about the work carried out in this organization. And he will also be talking about a debate regarding the reform of the police in Colombia. He has been working for around 6 years in defending human rights of people who are held in custody, who are imprisoned, and they are also been investigating cruelty and torture. We also have with us Sara Lopez. She's a doctor in political sciences. She is a member of Legal Commission Sol, Comisión Legal Sol, which is a collective that was created during the protests of the 15th of May in Madrid. She was one of the people who was prosecuted after this protest. She is also a member of No Somos Delito, We Are Not a Crime, and this is an organization that is fighting against one of the public order control laws in Spain. She is also part of other organizations that also have political advocacy. And let me just say that when I asked them to join the panel, she said that she hates to speak in public, so my advice here is not to pay attention to her too much. And we also have Esther Quintana. She is a specialist and she's administrative. She is working in the Department for Social Rights at the Catalan government. She's a member of the platform Ojo con tu Ojo and member of the Association Against the Use of Rubber Bullets. She is very sensitive with the use of rubber bullets against citizens since she received the impact of one of them in 2012, and she's currently holding the position of president at Iridia. She is an active member of the projects of this organization. Thank you very much for being here with us this evening. And very quickly, well, I have very briefly mentioned broadly the idea or the spaces in which you are working, but I'd like you to talk about the challenges and the problems that you are working on in the different organizations where you work. Regarding these challenges, I would like you to talk about what refers to accountability and oversight. Can you hear me? Okay. First and foremost, thank you very much for inviting us. We are very happy to be here today and to have the chance to speak on behalf of SOS Racism, SOS Racisme. I will speak about the campaign Stop Stopping Me, Pareu de Parar-me. It started in 2016. When we started to work on this topic, we had very clear goals which had to do with the challenges that we thought we were going to face. There were three main goals. We wanted to do political advocacy because it was clear that the ethnic profiling by the police forces is not part of any political agenda. This is something that was completely out of the public imaginary. And the other objective, or the other goal, was to raise awareness about this fact. This is something that people do not know about. It was something that people did not have in their minds. Even it was not in the minds of the people suffering this ethnic profiling. It was about telling people it is not normal that all the people that are stopped on the street are stopped due to their ethnic profile, which was about 90% of the people stopped on the street. And during the development of our campaign, we could identify different challenges. Now we're going to issue our second report. We have done a great deal of field work. And it was mainly about telling society that police work is not always correct. We wanted to make clear that some of the behaviors or the conduct of the police forces is not always right. They may be doing things wrong, and they may just be answering to some specific orders when it comes to dealing with specific social groups. Sometimes we can think that they may have very specific goals, but we always have to bear in mind, or we always have to consider what is the context in which these police forces were created. They are security forces, and they should be questioned and audited. One of the things that we said is that whenever you see a police action, whenever you see somebody being stopped on the street, it not always has to do with a conflict, with something that has happened. Maybe what we should do is we should ask whether this action is correct or not. Or maybe is violating some laws. And this is just about thinking that maybe the police is not doing their work correctly, or they're not doing it right. Another challenge that we have identified is that there is a lack of transparency when it comes to trying to access data or police data. There is a report that we issued in 2018, which is called My Profile is Not Reason Enough, roughly translated. And the data that should be analyzed by the police is some data that is not analyzed, and it's the NGOs who have the task to analyzing all this data. The only way that we can access this data here in Catalonia is through the transparency portal of the Catalan government, and it's a long procedure because you have to request this data, they have to be sent to you, and this takes time. The first step, or the first time we requested this data, we did not know exactly what we wanted, so we needed some assistance, and now we are working on the second report. We did not receive the data yet, and we have requested this data 4 times already. What we need mainly and mostly is data, because personal experiences are not enough when it comes to political advocacy. Another challenge was that compared to other countries where these data are far more accessible, where you just have to click on a link on our website. We had some hardships, we encountered some difficulties in trying to access this data, and this was one of our main difficulties, one of our main challenges. Then another problem that we could identify is, for example, when it comes the corporatization of the police forces. We heard about the STEPS project, but we could identify some reluctancy of the police forces because there is constant denial of the fact that there is a racial component in the police actions. Another conflict or another hardship were the laws or regulations. The laws here in Spain are badly drafted, and they do not include discrimination. For example, there's this reasonable suspicion, and this is what can justify identifying somebody on the street, because people can be requested for the ID if there is a suspicion that they are committing a crime. And here we do not know what exactly means reasonable suspicion, because this is something that is far more clearer in other regulations and laws, such as the British law. The reasonable suspicion has to be very clear, because otherwise it is something very subjective. Then it is also important to abide by the law. We have fought against the ethnic profiling, and these were the main challenges that we encountered. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oscar, would you please tell us a little bit the context? Hello. Good afternoon for you here in Colombia. It's just in the early morning. It is a pleasure to be here with you. I hope that you can hear me. The context, well, in Colombia, this context is quite, it's not very typical. We are in a moment of transition. I'd like to mention a recent context in which the organizations that carry out monitoring and oversight of police abuse and the violations of human rights in the framework of protests, we saw that we are coming from a recent protest, or recent context of social unrest. And we should not think just about the current moment, but maybe about the context of 3 years ago. In Colombia, there was some political instability, and violence has been one of the factors that has dominated the protests. And violence has also been a tool that the Colombian state has used as a repressive measure against protests, and to use repression against this atmosphere of transformation that you can witness now in Colombia. Colombia is a country that has been marked by the armed conflict. There is a high level of militarization of the police forces, and then there is also the fight against the internal enemies of the insurgents. And usually citizens and demonstrators are thought to be part of armed organizations or organizations that want to overthrow the state by the use of weapons or by the use of force. This is all essential to be able to understand how repression works in Colombia, in the repressions, but also related to the action of police with the citizens. Police is a factor that also works in the regulation of inequalities, but it is also an element of control of the people who are demanding to stop these inequalities. So most of the social problems here in Colombia can not be seen just by the entities working on this. There was three main unrests in Colombia in the past years. There were massive protests, and in each one of these protests, there were people killed. And there were some other stakeholders that also started to have an important role in the repression in Colombia, and also some civil society members that are more present or had more presence. In 2019, we had a social unrest where we had protests for a whole month, and then we could see the use of less lethal weapons to harm protesters, not to kill them, but to maybe to cause them severe injuries. In 2020, which was marked by the pandemic, well, that year we could see that there was a use of the police violence to control the public spaces. And the police had the power to use the force, and this led to some arbitrary actions. So the citizens in Colombia came out to the streets to protest against these actions, and then there were 3 killings in the hands of the police in the city of Bogota, in the public space, in daylight, in front of the cameras, and there was at the time more protests against these killings, and then this led to the fact that the protesters set fire to 60% of the police stations in the city. This was the peak of the conflict here in Colombia in the last years. And this is relevant to see what is the context of police abuse or police violence that we have here in Colombia. And we have an abusing state and a scenario of resistance against these abuses. Then 2021, we also have another unrest with protests that went ongoing for over 3 months, with more than 80 people, thousands of people arrested. And now we see that there are 250 people who are still in prison. Most of these procedures include crimes that have to do with the armed conflict in Colombia. So, for example, being part of a terrorist organization or supporting these organizations with provision of ammunition, etc. Some of them are associated with rebel groups, and this also, of course, leads to very severe offenses that are charged against these people. This also led us to start a mechanism of control of this kind of protests. We could see that repression was actualized. The police forces were more professional. They were used technology to profile the different protesters, but protesters also changed. There was not the classical unions organizations. We could see national organizations with a very visible political lead at national level. And we could also see lots of different organizations that were acting at a regional level or even at a local level. We had to adapt to this new context of these new stakeholders, both on the side of the repression but also on the side of the protesters. And this is broadly the context where we started to work. In Colombia, then we had a change in the government, and this also gives us better chances to transform police forces, but also to transform and to improve repression against protesters. We now have discussions about the anti-riot weapons, the anti-riot police, the discussions on the structure of the police forces, and these are discussions that are now ongoing after the taking force of the new government. I was about to tell you that we will later discuss what you were just mentioning about the police reform, because this is something which is really interesting, all the possibilities that you have ahead of you. Thank you very much for bringing this context close to us. And now we will come back to Spain, but with aspects that are very much in line with what you have been mentioning. These capacities, the ability of social mobilization and the reaction of police forces.
The collective that I'm part of has been working for 11 years now. The first were very intense when it comes to protests, and the start was quite difficult in Madrid. The challenges that we have faced have to do with impunity when it comes to the criminal investigation. The investigation is not effective enough. In 2012, we got filed 1,800 complaints for abuses. And this has to do with the framework in which impunity is granted, and it also has to do with the reform of the GAD rule from the 2015 and the reform of the citizen security law and the criminal code. It's true to say that the gag rule makes it easier to grant impunity. And then we are lacking the mechanisms needed to hold accountable institutions. We appeal sanctions and we want to reach tribunals, and we have had some sentences for the violation of human rights, but then we have problems because we do not know the content of some laws. It's true to say that the transparency portal makes it easier for us to understand how to use the identification number for police officers, for example. However, we are lacking the forecast that we need to regulate the identification of police officers. We have needed to reach out to the ombudsman, and that has been extremely difficult. We have tried to use it as an external oversight mechanism. Yesterday, 2 complaints were dismissed. We provided images of police officers that were not identified in the protest against the NATO summit in Madrid. They did not have any identification, and therefore we are facing this absurd situation in which we are filing complaints against the ombudsman because of the fact that they are not complying with the law. In the past, we used to get a recommendation, but now we don't. The other option we have is to use other kind of proceedings. We can use disciplinary proceedings for police forces. We can file complaints at the Ministry of the Home Affairs for the law regulating the uniform of the police forces, but we have already filed 7 complaints and we have provided hundreds of pictures, and we get a reply in which they say that there isn't budget to investigate this issue. We submitted information to the Ministry of Home Affairs in which we explain how they can easily help police officers to comply with the law. And we were asking them to be punished because they were not identified, but they ignored us. So there's a clear issue in this sense. We do not have an issue when it comes to the normalization of the police actions. I remember a comment made by someone some time ago. They were complaining that they were considered to be worse than those opposing the system. We've had problems with the police itself. I do not want to give details because I assume that in Colombia the situation is much worse. But it's true to say that they talk about us and call us some sort of association of lawyers. They try to disregard our criteria. And we are constantly appealing sanctions. We have also been following up on the issues. When we filed a complaint for abuse in a police station that 35 people suffered a few years ago, we faced a situation in which they entry by force our offices, and one person was harmed. And the person responsible for this was suspended for a couple of days. We have also filed complaints to the Office of Lawyers because police officers knows the debates that we are having very well. They are very much aware of the debates we're having, and we are worried about that. We are doing a lot of work. We are looking at hundreds of proceedings, and this is an activism project, which makes it very difficult. Thank you, Sara. Esther, please go ahead. Hello, good afternoon. I wanted to talk to you about what happened to me when I was injured, when I had the eye injury. I was a person, an individual person, who didn't know that there were entities who would work to support what was happening to me. My friends didn't know this either. While I was in hospital, they decided, they asked me whether they could create a platform, a group of relatives and friends to support me. Because I was in hospital and I wasn't able to file a complaint against the Catalan police. I wasn't going to look for evidence. I couldn't do so from hospital. They did that because neither the Catalan police nor the institutions were being held accountable for what happened to me. I was told at one point, well, they didn't tell it to me myself, but it was told in a press conference and at the parliament that they hadn't shot rubber bullets, that there hadn't been any kind of riot. If there was a riot, it was because something happened and it's because we were doing something. Once we proved that they had shot rubber bullets, they said that they didn't shot it to me. So there was a series of ideas that didn't make any sense. That means that I am not saying the truth, right? If I am giving a statement and I'm saying that I've been shot by a police officer at Paseo de Gracia, which is next to the Plaza Catalunya, which is the center of Barcelona, how can it be that the police force cannot prove if this happened or not? Why can they not do that? Well, the thing is that they don't want to. They do not want to prove that. They do not want to gather the evidence. They do not want to promote and do the investigations needed to provide compensation to the victims affected by police violence. So that's our first challenge. We want to say that police violence stigmatizes victims because they are denied their version of the story and they are told that they were doing something wrong. Or maybe someone is told that they were throwing a stone at the police officers, but the only ones who were violent at that stage were police officers themselves. So what we did were creating campaigns on social media, and we asked people to send us pictures with a patch on the left eye. We also created public demonstration and organized them so that everyone knew what was happening and so that institutions and police officers would recognize what was happening to us. But the thing is that before I suffered from this injury, many others had been affected by rubber bullets. So this has to do with these kinetic weapons, the so-called kinetic weapons. I am part of this organization called Stop Balas de Gomas, Stop Rubber Bullets. This happened to me on the 14th of November 2012. I have even forgotten the date. It's been 10 years already. I try not to think about the day when it happened. Every year on the anniversary date, I think about it. It happened to me in November, and I created the association Ojo con tu ojo, Watch Out Your Eye, by December. And I met the organization Stop Balas de Goma. This completely changed my mind because I realized that many other people had been affected by such injuries, but they were strong, they were fine, they had the energy needed to go ahead with a legal process. My lawyer at that stage said to me that this would be a long process and a painful one. She didn't know when a trial would take place, when the inquiry would be done, if a trial would take place indeed, because one of the challenges was to identify the police officers who had been responsible on the ground on that day. How did we do that? Well, we got to a trial because we identified the police officers. We identify them by using images by the television, BTV, Barcelona's TV channel, who were directly streaming live from the fountain at Paseo de Gracia with Gran Via. They streamed this live. We saw the images and we saw the identification number of the police cars, the police vans. There was a camera on top of a building, so we could read the identification number of those 3 vans that carried out that police action. The Catalan police, how should I put this to make sure it doesn't sound bad? The Catalan police wasn't willing to identify the police officers who had been there on that date. So what they said was that they hadn't been present there. They hadn't been at the fountain. They hadn't been driving around the fountain as they had and as we could see on the images. They would say that they were somewhere else, but the images prove they were there. As you can see, they were not telling the truth. Therefore, the judge saw the images that we provided and they asked the police officers to be identified, everyone in the vans. I believe there are around 7 or 8 police officers per van, and they all needed to give their statement at the trial. After that happened, it is very relevant to identify the police officers, of course. At that time, no one from the riot police had been identified. And no one from the regional area or operational resources had been identified. They were wearing the vest, but as my colleague was saying, they're not capable of adding a tag on their vest to identify themselves. If I work at an office and I am working with the public, if someone asks for my name, I need to say it. I do not show my ID card, but I do introduce myself, don't I? So how comes that a police officer who needs to be a lot more responsible than a regular citizen is not able to assume what they've done? Eventually, police officers receive free defense. They are paid the transportation to trials, they are paid expenses, and I have been paying for everything myself. I have been paying for the legal process myself, thanks to the help of my friends, those who created the platform Ojo con tu Ojo, and we started organizing exhibitions, concerts, activities to raise money that we could use to cover for the cost of my defense. Because you are filing a complaint, but you need to defend yourself. You need to prove what has happened. You need to provide evidence to the trial. You need to go place by place to make sure that no one deletes videos or pictures, because the 3 cameras that could have recorded these videos, the one from the helicopter, the one from the local police, and another from the Catalan police at Paseo de Gracia and Gran Via, weren't recording. What a coincidence. But we could have videos from the bank, CCTV images from shops and from other cameras on the streets. It's true to say that thanks to the lawyer I had, the judge asked for the recordings. Otherwise, these videos are deleted after a short time. So the local police camera wasn't recording. The other camera wasn't showing the right timing on the footage. So we are not sure whether they were showing real-time actions or whether those actions happened 15 minutes before. And the one from the Generalis building, which is the one I mentioned, between Gran Via and Paseo de Gracia, wasn't recording because apparently, according to the Catalan police, there weren't riots. However, the riot police did shot. How do we know that? And how could we prove that they shot? Because thanks to the citizens' collaboration, we got evidence. We asked citizens to gather pictures. We asked people to share with us any pictures they would have from that day. Everyone sent us videos. We received a great amount of videos. We needed to go over them and we needed to look for evidence to prove what had happened to me. On some of these videos, you could see me injured. You could hear how how they fired, and then I started shouting and asking for help. We do not see how the bullet is shot to me, but we do see the blasting of the shotgun, and you hear me shout for help. At the trial, the Catalan police lied. And the sentence determines that they weren't telling the truth. They weren't saying where they were. None of the police officers remember whether they had been there, whether they had been shooting foam bullets or rubber bullets. They wouldn't remember anything at all. They couldn't go over the munition used because there wasn't any kind of control of those elements or tools that they would be using. They also use foam bullets, and from 2010 the Catalan police had been using those kind of bullets. And another thing we found out is that there was an issue with traceability. Neither the cars, the police officers, or the bullets were traced. Neither the weapons and the guns they had used on the ground. If a police officer uses a gun or a weapon, they go back to the station and they return the weapons, and there isn't any kind of control afterwards. In my case, the judge asked the gun to be analyzed, but that happened months after my accident and my injury. That happened around March the next year. So that gun had been used by other police officers in other actions. We weren't sure whether it was working or not. We didn't know whether someone used it to shoot or not. They only analyzed one of the guns that they had used. There was a foam bullet gun and a rubber bullet gun per each van. In their statement, one of the police officers shooting said that they had backache, and that's why they got out of the van, but they didn't take the gun and they didn't use it because they had backache. Now, can you tell me how this can happen? You take the gun from the police station because that's your job, and then you do not do your job, or you do not do it well? How can you justify that? How can you say that you haven't been using the gun? So we found ourselves in this situation that I am telling you.
I agree with you that police work is not always right. And this is an evidence. It is not something that affects my case, but it affects many other cases of that we deal with at the association Stop Balas de Goma, Stop Rubber Bullets. There was a trial in many cases, and in some of these cases, it has been said that there was not sufficient evidence, or that they were unable to identify the police officers. So there was no other outcome. And I'm going to stop here. Yes, we will have the chance to talk about this later. Thank you very much, Esther. We are talking again about this lack of oversight mechanisms and the lack of data to work on the accountability and to get to know what public officials are doing, public officials that are being paid with our taxes. I let you explain the contexts in which you work, because I think it is important to understand the different struggles that are taking place in different places. But now I will kindly ask you to stick to the time allotted to each one of you. And in this sense, I'd like to answer to the following question. If we go back to ethnic profiling or racial profiling, I think that we heard the presentation of David this morning by the local police of Fuenlabrada. We had Patricia, who was talking about the mechanisms that have been tried to be introduced from the side of civil society. And I want you to talk about the different mechanisms, the different tools that are intended to be used for the accountability and oversight of the police actions. And these mechanisms, of course, need the data provided by the administrations. We would like to mention the San case, which is a member of which is still pending of a resolution of the Court of Human Rights. And I'd like you to talk about this resolution, not only to talk about how it works and what are the outcomes, because I don't know if you're able to do this analysis yet, but I'd like you to explain how this mechanism works. Yes, we have developed an application, I think it was November last year, and this application was developed in the following context. Every time that we define ethnic profiling, we say that there are two kinds of profiling. One's as pertaining the public security law. You can stop someone on the street for identification when there is a reasonable suspicion that they are committing an offense or a crime, or that they are breaking the law. Well, if there is ethnic profiling, there is a breach of this law because this law is not being fulfilled, is not being abided by. I'm not going to read the law now because it's quite dense, but we like to talk about the data when we try to define ethnic profiling. We are very well aware of the fact that we all here know that this ethnic profiling exists and it happens, and not only here but in all sorts of different contexts. And in order to be able to do political advocacy, we need data to prove that this is happening, because this is a police behavior that can only be proven when it comes to public behavior. Because what we say is that ethnic profiling exists when there is an excess of identification of individuals, but not only individuals, but communities that are living in specific neighborhoods. And this happens when there is a community that is being the objective of an excess of identifications of their members. There are not public data available by the different police forces or the law enforcement forces in Spain, and then it is the civil society and the NGOs who have had a hard time trying to gather all this data. We published a report in 2018, and this application that I was mentioning at the beginning is just the outcome of a first tool of data gathering that we had at the beginning, which was a form on our website. One of the outcomes that we defined in our first report in 2018 are the results of this survey. We developed this survey, and we tried to disseminate the survey as much as we could. And we wanted people to upload all the information whenever they felt that they have been a victim of ethnic profiling. The idea was that this survey could provide us with some data of the people who are suffering this ethnic profiling. It worked quite good. It actually allowed us to draft one of the sections of this report, and we gathered very interesting data, for example, regarding aspects such as violence or personal identification of the police officers, or the kind of police force that was taking these actions more often. Now, in this context of mobile phones and all the technical devices that we have at hand, we thought it was very interesting to develop an application to continue with the work that we started with the survey. In 2021, we created this application. We presented it in February 2022. What this application does is it monitors and it identifies the ethnic profiling, also for individuals, but also for rates in communities. Whenever you come into the application, you can choose whether it is a personal ethnic profiling or a rate, a community rate. And it is true that this app is currently only working here in Catalonia, but the idea is to make it a tool that is accessible for other NGOs in the network and for other civil society organizations. So we intend to make it available for the rest of Spain. It was also very helpful to determine where these identifications take place. One of the data that we were able to analyze so far is that most of the identifications take place in public transportation, such as metro stations or public bus stops. And this led us to the conclusion or led us to relevant information in terms of how police actions take place when people are moving. Another important aspect is that there is a lack of a claim or a lack of report. We see that people do not trust the system and therefore they do not report abuses. And it is very difficult to report cases of police racism. It is most of the cases are dismissed, and in some other cases they do not consider the racist element in the police action. So people do not want to report because they all have other priorities rather than reporting these kind of abuses. Well, what else? I think it is also important to mention something related to the application. There is this anonymous information, all the information gathered in this application. We only, let me check this again because all this technical vocabulary is quite tricky for me. We gather the information in the case we need to file a report, but otherwise they are completely anonymous. And what we have done so far, or data we have gathered so far, is we have seen that there are 2 reports or 2 claims per day. This is quite significant because the app is quite new, and two claims or complaints a day, it is quite a lot. And I think that I do not have much more to say related to the app. Yeah, 2 alerts per day is much more information of the information that we are given by the police. This application is called Pareo de Pararme, Stop Stopping Me, and you can. It is an open source application, so any organization who wants to use it or who wants to see how it has been programmed and designed, they can have access to the code. Thank you very much, Kaide. And now, Oscar, we come back to you because in Colombia you have a system to report abuses in social protests. And this mechanism just gathers information in real time when there are actions in the context of protest. And this helps you to monitor the police activity or police action. Could you please elaborate on how long have you been working on this project? And could you please explain if there is any sort of recognition of this tool? Can you hear me? Well, the system of abuses for social protests arises or comes up in a moment and in the context that I was explaining before. We wanted to have reliable information of police abuse. And we thought it was important both for the institutions but also for the civil society organisms in order to be able to control and monitor the actions in the context of protests. We were always facing a difficulty where we were lacking solid and reliable information that would allow us to file reports. We had general information, which was also valuable, but it somehow did not allow us to follow the dynamics of repression. And we were always falling back on the need to have reliable information also from the side of the state, which was most of the times not enough, not sufficient. We had information that, for example, that the public health system had been treating 10 people who were affected by the effects of tear gas. And then we started to draft our report. This was very helpful in the last or in the most recent unrest to be able to report here in Colombia, but also in the Congress of the United States, that there had been police abuse, because Colombia respects these organisms that depend of these countries such as the United States. So there we identified the need to be able to report about these abuses in real time. We identified these roles. There was somebody who was recording, another one who is writing, and another person who is in charge of talking to the police and the protesters, and also to be coordinated with other observers that are gathering information on the ground. But as I said before, these protests also changed. They were not nationally coordinated, but they had more spontaneous character. And the way in which we report information also needed to change. We usually were gathering or were having a meeting in the afternoon or the morning after, and then we issued a report. And now with these changes in the type of protest, we needed a more immediate response. We knew that there were 3 or 9 people who were going to be there in case something happened. We started to create a new role, a new system, or new systematized organization that could work real time. We had a team that was working remotely with the observers. They were gathering all the data provided through the chat channels or other means, reporting about injured people, etc. And there was a group of people who were systematizing all these data in some matrices that had been preset. And during the day, we could very quickly go over all this information to gather and to have solid and reliable information. For example, if we had 300 people injured, we know that how many of these injured people were women, how many people had injured in the specific parts of their body, etc. This led us to develop a system where you can find geographical information of all the cases, and you can find specific information. So there's a categorization of the types of mobilization. For example, if there is a protest to defend the environment, for example, and the result was that there were 2 people that were injured or 2 people who were killed. This also allows us to identify different variables and to see what are the protests that are reprised with more violence. We can, for example, see that there was a strike, and many protests in the strike were reprised with firearms. This happened mainly in the city of Cali. And in this way, we could see all these different variables that allowed us to issue recommendations for the state, and who allowed us to have more reliable information based on our empiric experience. We created the role of the systematizers, and at the same time, we also take and gather the information that institutions provide us. We think that this is incomplete information, but we also gather it because we can use this information to draft new protocols in terms of the use of force in the context of a protest and demonstrations. And in some cities, we could be granted the possibility to have a person in the joint command unit. The deputies of the different sub-secretariats, the deputies or the representatives of the army, and etc., and other official institutions, and we could exchange information at a real time. We also have a representative there that can transfer the information to the systematizers, and then we can gather this data and analyze it. Another way of gathering information is the result of the fact that many entities have also started reporting, or have also started to conveying this information. For example, a police office, or the police would say, you have 3 people detained. No, we only have 3 people detained. No, we know that there's 30 people have been arrested. So where are the 27 people that you're not mentioning? Oh, I don't know. So we had more reliable information. We also used the information shared on social media, because at the end of this joint command unit, we could ask where these arrested people were transferred, for example. This was a way to ask for a better accountability to the state institutions. I don't know if you heard about the people that had disappeared, which were more than 100. These people who disappeared was situations where people were arrested. The police would take these people to the outskirts of the city or less populated areas because they had been abused or they had suffered torture, and they wanted them to disappear temporarily to somehow cover the fact that they had violated the law. We had this information about these people real time, so we were able to say, well, the people that are not that are missing are this and these people, because we have the references from their relatives. It is a pity because the connection doesn't seem to work. We will wait for a few seconds to see. We lost him. We lost the connection. Oh, what a pity. We will continue, and let's go back to the context of Spain. And we have inevitably to talk. We have to talk about the lack of this kind of mechanisms. In the report, Sarah, we can see the case of Rodea al Congreso, which was a protest around the Spanish Parliament. I don't know if you want to explain very briefly. It was a demonstration in September 2012 where police, or the police, anti-riot police, raided a bar after the demonstration, and they injured several women. There was a process of report. It was dismissed in different instances, up to the moment where the Constitutional Court, in one of the last legal steps possible, did not admit an appeal of the reporting people, and it was finally the European Court of Human Rights who sentenced Spain to investigate the case. And we mentioned at the beginning that this report includes these certain sentences of the European Court of Human Rights against Spain. Let's go back to the hurdles that, or bureaucratic hurdles that were identified that impede or that do not make it possible to identify these police abuses. And these are some things that you identified at that time, but you also identify currently.
This is a sentence, López Martínez against Spain. We call it, please leave the bar or we'll kick you out. This is not the first case that we faced. We have a successful case, but we had a really bad one in which we were dismissed the report for abuses at the police station on the 25th of September. This proceeding of the 29th of September, the police was going after protesters from different bars. So they would take them out and they would cause harm. They would hit them on the head, and there is a regulation in place on the use of force, but the police forces were not identified. We have some videos from a balcony that were recorded from a balcony, which allowed us to identify the identification number of the vans. That was provided to the court. And that's how we started to appeal. These issues are very common. I said this before, but the legal framework allows arbitrary actions. And we have an issue of who files the complaint, and according to the state, it should be the victim, but that's not always the case because the victim is in a complex position. And we also have the threat from the counter complaint, as we would call it. And obviously, we also need to think about the fact that some judges and some prosecutors do not pay attention to some cases. And apologies, Ramiro, because I know that you do not do that. But whenever a judge or a prosecutor sees someone with injuries on their faces, they do not look for evidence. That's a problem. So the problem is who you need to file the complaint for, and we also have legal tools, which are very complex, to complain about abuses. And this is because the Spanish code doesn't comply with the law for the prevention of torture. On the other hand, the public prosecutor's office contradicts itself in some occasions when it comes to violations by officials. And then they use other kind of arguments to reject the cases. The gag rule hasn't been on our side because it imposed the prohibition to record. We have noted how we have lost the ability to provide recordings. And there's even a study that has been carried out to talk about torture. And these are recurring situations we are facing. We are told that this situation is not trustworthy, etc. Then there's another issue, which has to do with who does a judge believe, right? This has to do with the presumption, the veracity presumption. We have already talked about the role of the public prosecutor's office, which looks the other way whenever there's a case of an abuse. And then there's some passive action by the courts. I do not want to be mean by saying this, because I know that there might be some issues related to training and capacity. But I believe that we should raise awareness about the fact that one has some duties in their work. And we've been seeing injuries that haven't been looked at in some cases, or injuries that apparently do not comply with the regulation that, to be honest, does not make any sense. It does not comply with the recommendations by the Ombudsman, for example. It doesn't say exactly how statements should be taken whenever there are injuries. So the whole system is affected. Medical tests are very relevant when it comes to cases of torture or abuse. And then there's a lack of due diligence by judges and magistrates. And there's a high rate of cases that are dismissed without putting forward taking a statement, for example. And this is very often the case. And they don't even require the initial inquiries, the preparatory inquiries. It's also very common to see the use of arguments that both the Constitutional Court and the Human Rights Court say that it goes against the fact that a victim should defend themselves. Maybe they argue that the victim spent a long time before they put forward the claim. So we basically have an issue with the mechanisms we have to audit these situations. The Ombudsman is completely missing. We are lacking the tools that we need to fight for these cases. So we are facing a very serious and complex situation. I think it's clear that we need to have an independent mechanism that has the skills and capacities needed beyond the Ombudsman. I think that Oscar is still here. We may go back to him because he lost connection before. But before that, I would like to get back to Esther, because we talked about Inigo Cavacas, who died as a consequence of the use of rubber bullets, or less lethal weapons, as they call them. And if I'm not wrong, he could identify the police officer. Am I not right? Oh, okay, apologies. So the command was accused. Okay. If I'm not wrong, in that process, they highlighted the shortcomings of the process, as you mentioned. You have already told us quite a lot about the topic, so I would like to ask a brief question on the commission at the Parliament, on the police model. Dolors Sabaté has been here this morning and has told us that by the end of the year they should publish the conclusions of this commission, where they are debating the police model in Catalonia and the possibility of eventually forbidding the use of foam bullets. I wanted to ask you about the following. So, Iridia is part of the commission, unless I'm wrong. How's the process? How is the civil society represented in that commission? What are the possibilities that this commission is giving. Do you think we will be able to progress? Well, I'm quite an optimistic person, so I do believe that at one point we'll be able to forbid the use of foam bullets, in the same way that we want to forbid rubber bullets. And at the time we thought we wouldn't be able to, but we did. We did it in a very short time. I suffered from my injury in November 2012, and in November 2013, rubber bullets were forbidden. The law was applicable 6 months after that, but thanks to the pressure put by the civil society and the citizenship and human rights organizations, we could forbid the use of these weapons. On the 16th of September, we joined the commission. There was a meeting. Many of us who had been affected for a foam or rubber bullet were there, and we told everyone about the fact that these bullets are very dangerous, potentially deadly, lethal. They need to be forbidden, therefore. How they forbid them, it's their own decision. What I can do is collaborate to make this happen. I am not sure how this will turn out, because I know that there is a complex situation within the Catalan government, but let's hope that they can listen to the Commission's recommendations. Let's see if they can finish their work, because the political party Junts is included in the Commission. And the deputy from Junts was one of the persons who was in favor of forbidding foam bullets. So if now the government falls apart, let's hope that this will still happen. I do hope that we'll be able to forbid the use of these bullets one day. And besides that, last week we went to the Congress. We presented the report, Stop Rubber Bullets, drafted with Iridia and Novak. And we talked to them about the results of using such bullets. You can see it here. You can see it because I have been affected by the use of this ammunition. And we have suffered traumas, for example. So the victims can show the effects, the impact. And we are looking for compensation and for justice. And this will happen when institutions will listen to the society. And as it happened to us, the use of rubber bullets was forbidden, and we hope for the foam bullets to be forbidden as well. We joined the Congress within the framework of the discussion around the gag rule, and we were told that was very difficult. It was very difficult to forbid the use of foam bullets. But we will keep working and will hope for it to happen. In the case of Íñigo Cavaca, I am not sure if the police officer from the Basque Country received a sentence. So the person who was responsible for the action was convicted. In my case, the police officer was investigated, but the judge did not find the evidence to accuse the person. So it's true to say that the judge confirmed that I was injured by a bullet. But as my colleague was saying, either because there's a lack of evidence or because there's lack of willingness to investigate the cases and to carry out the trials with an appropriate investigation, which is rigorous, we are facing complex situations. And most of the cases are dismissed or they end up in absolution. Apologies, but I would like to give the floor to Oscar very briefly for a couple of minutes so that you could talk to us about what Esther just mentioned. In Colombia, there's a current debate on the police model. And you talk about abolishing the riot police. Or at least you want to change the way they work and act at the moment. Thank you. I just wanted to finish what I was saying before. So, we were seeking to create information. There's a sentence by the Supreme Court which says that the government and organizations need to take away the less lethal weapons, for example. It urges the government to create policies, and there's a debate on the reform of the police, and that's clear. We promote information, we provide information, but the government needs to channel the information they receive as well. We are aware of the fact that we are suffering from repression. However, there's a consensus on the fact that we need a police force that can guarantee the basic needs and rights of the population. So we are working in collaboration with human rights organizations, and we are pushing for a structural reform. They say this is not possible unless the citizenship participates in it. The national government by Iván Duque led a process on the reform of the model. The police forces here have always led the reform processes themselves. And the proceedings or the regulation that we have in place help them change their actions. There's clearly a situation in which the citizenship needs to get involved. Nowadays, the political party is in favor of this reform, but we also need to discuss with the police itself and with the stakeholders involved. The reform of the riot police is needed. We need to do it soon, but also in a way that will not lead to more obstacles. In Colombia, we recently piloted something in Bogota around 3 years ago. We removed the riot police, and we had police forces that are normal or regular police officers who are preventing demonstrations. That led to higher levels of violence. So we believe that we need to think about the scenario. We need to create a protocol for the use of force. We need to create dialogues and to know how to act internally. If we continue thinking that demonstrations are a threat for public order, there will always be issues. This has to do with civil rights. If there's an issue with transportation and there's a protest against it, we need to allow the citizens to do so without calling the police. So we need a transformation of the whole structure. The police has a military structure. There are many ranges, and it's difficult, therefore, for the civil society to be on top of the authority. There are many ranks, and that makes some units have less access to speak to the ministry. The police would never listen to a someone in the government because there's a national structure in place. It's a vertical structure, and they use other branches, and they do not act in a coordinated way. We could also remove the military forum. We would like to get rid of the military jurisdiction, which belongs to former military forces. There's a high level of impunity, and we need a legal reform. There are also external audits that might allow the forces to be audited when it comes to the use of ammunition, of force, etc. So we are promoting actions, and we are very much open to reform the police model. However, we understand that we cannot trust the government to lead on this reform, mainly because the government is under pressure by the previous government, by economic sectors that are being affected by reforms in taxes, for example, and other kinds of policies. So they are looking into many conflicts at the same time. So the civil society and human rights organizations and the popular power needs to be ready to make sure that their requirements are met as much as possible. We are having this debate at the moment. We would like to have a civil police that doesn't depend on the defense ministry, for example. We are also considering having a police force that's less subject to combating issues with drugs. We are debating the different types of police forces. Would we want a police force that abides by the law? We want safeguards to be able to audit and transform the reality in Colombia. Sometimes in Colombia it has been difficult to transform models because of the pressures put by the police forces and by other requirements, the opposition parties, etc. I will stop here because there are many things that we could discuss, and thank you very much.
Por ampliarnos esa perspectiva, ¿no? Y por ver también que al final, bueno, pues hay cosas negativas, ¿no? Que compartimos, muchas de ellas las has nombrado, y otras muchas también positivas, ¿no? Como son esa capacidad de organizarse y dar esa respuesta, ¿no? A esa ausencia de mecanismos que es al final en torno a lo que ha girado toda la jornada de hoy. Y muchas gracias, Sara, muchas gracias, Esther, Kaire, a todos los que...
Thank you very much, Sara. Thank you very much, Esther, Kaide. Thank you very much for still being here 30 minutes behind the schedule, and we will continue with the discussions tomorrow. Thank you.